I cannot understand if they can't understand which valve is the unregulated valve, so it's leaking.
By now they ought to know, because even school children in Anglican school up, they know the unregulated valve.
They know who is the unregulated.
But now why they don't have the appetite to treat
A van bounced my knee yesterday when I was walking the street. A van bounced my knee.
Yeah?
Yeah, a van bounced
so
my knee.
How is the knee?
Well, he did. And when the van bounced the knee, Hubert White saw me, he say, hey, you are van? Yeah, so a van bounced my knee.
Well, that van man is a mischief guy.
Yeah, bounced my knee. Good morning, Jen. Hi. Ooh, that one, and my knee hurting me, yeah? So he what they call it?
You two knee or you one knee?
One knee, a van.
The knee bounced by the van?
Van knee, the van. So I call it van knee. I heard Hubert White tell me to call it. Good morning coming in from my dear friend Ann Harvey. And when you send in good morning for me, send it to me for myself. Don't give me nothing with nobody. I don't sharing. No sharing nothing. Yeah. My voice don't know nothing. I don't send no voice note for nobody. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Understand?
So somebody want a voice note?
Yeah, I don't know if they want voice note from me. How to send voice note? Calling out to send voice note, I don't know.
Nah, I'm not good at that.
I'm not very good at that.
Another tech phone savvy.
I don't understand. Good morning to Wendy Chateau. How you doing, my dear? We're getting ready for Waterwise Call.
Yeah.
It's done by Wendy Chateau today. Well, I guess it was done yesterday and sent so that we could play it this morning. Real FM.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Good morning, listeners. Welcome to another edition of Waterwise, a production of the National Water and Sewerage Authority, Nawasa. Thank you for joining us. I am Wendy Chateau. The authority will undertake the construction of a sewer chamber in the vicinity of the meat market on Melville Street from tonight through Sunday, May 8th. As a result of the work, there will be delays in the flow of traffic along Melville Street in the vicinity of the abattoir and fish market during the course of the day on Saturday, May 7th and Sunday, May 8th. The authority is, however, working closely with the Traffic Department of the Royal Grenada Police Force to have officers on hand to assist with traffic control. Once the construction of the chamber is complete, a connection will be done for the meat market. It is anticipated that work will be completed by 7 p.m. on Sunday. The authority apologizes for any inconvenience that may be caused as a result of the work and thanks motorists and the public for their patience and understanding in this regard. Meanwhile, approximately 16,500 feet of 4-inch HDPE distribution mains have been installed from the Lacapere tank to Harvey Vale, Carriacou. The work under the Carriacou Water Supply Expansion Project also includes a 3,300 feet extension on the initial project scope. The newly installed lines are now undergoing leakage and pressure tests as well as disinfection to ensure there are no issues on the network prior to connecting individuals. Once the required tests are successfully completed, reinstatement of the roads and affected driveways will commence, following which Nawasa will roll out a series of lateral connection micro-projects to connect individuals who have applied to the newly installed water supply network. NWASA is currently submitting interim and final reports for Phase 1 of the overall project to then apply for further funding to extend these mains to Hermitage, as well as run an express line from Seaview to the hospital in Bel Air. The authority thanks the residents of Carriacou, especially those within the immediate project area, for their patience and understanding during the period of installation. The Carriacou Water Supply Expansion Project is aimed at improving resilience in the island's water sector. That's all the time we have with you this morning. Until next time, on behalf of the entire team at NWASA, I am Wendy Chateau, wishing you a fantastic day. Don't forget to try our web-based app for access to bill balances, push notifications, and more. Just go to your web browser and type in mobile.nawasa.gd and you will be taken to the platform. You can also, if you haven't already done so, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and subscribe to our YouTube channel to stay connected.
The NWASA app brings the power of NWASA's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. NWASA, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfecting cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Rotary Clubs in Grenada introduce the Good Neighbor Initiative, a program designed to assist individuals and families who require short-term assistance with electricity bill payment and the cost associated with rewiring of homes due to fires and natural disasters. If you or someone you know is in need of help, please visit our website at www.goodneighborinitiative.org. The Good Neighbor Initiative, helping individuals and families with short-term electricity bill payments and electrical wiring. One neighbor at a time.
We got the call on our way home that something was wrong. When we got here, we saw that the entire house was engulfed in flames. Just sitting there and looking at basically your whole life investment going up in flames. It did take a toll on us as a family. Once we decided to rebuild, the thought came up to use the Housing Authority of Grenada. After they sent in their quotation, which we thought was very, very reasonable, we decided to go with Housing Authority of Grenada. They were very helpful. They visited the site weekly. The staff was very professional. The contractor was very professional. They delivered our house on time. The quality of work was amazing. And as you can see today, we are not disappointed. I would definitely recommend Housing Authority of Grenada for all your construction needs. With their affordable costs, high level of customer service, guidance, and building expertise, they will help you as they help us.
There comes a time in every household when a loved one passes on, and we all need the support and guidance of a trusted friend. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home has been your dedicated friend. And now, for your convenience and added financial ease, we introduce specially designed complete funeral packages from as low as $5,500. Same professional quality services, but now greater choices at the lowest possible prices. As you prepare to enter your loved one into eternal rest, visit Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home and select a package that brings added comfort to the entire family. Conditions apply. Serving you from locations in St. George's, Grenville, and Carriacou. Call us at 440-2302 any time of day. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home, continuing a tradition of excellence.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemille in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
This morning, I even played the theme song to go back, Carl. Because this morning is a Roxas kind of morning. We have about 2 interviews? Yes. 2 interviews this morning. One's at 8 o'clock, the other one will be around about 8:30, 8:45, thereabouts?
Yeah, the 8:45.
Right, thereabouts, right. So it's 2 interviews this morning. You would love both of them, especially the first one. And no, I think you'd love the second one too, But the first one, I say to you, all the former students of Mcdonough College, you need to listen to this one. Mr. Andel. Somebody call Mr. Andel and tell him Andre says to listen to the station at around 8 o'clock this morning. It promises to be something really special for Mcdonough College. Rebby Gonpert, good morning. Landon Jane, Faitlin Douglas, Dexter Charles, Betty James, Stephanie Stokes, Yvonne John Roberts, Angelique, good morning to you. Kenneth Joseph, Errol Bonaparte, Venetrice, Tamika Moses, Vanessa Lalji, Junior Victor, top of the morning to you. And of course, how did you say? The creme de la creme. Good morning, Anne. And no, I don't mean my sister. My sister doesn't listen to me. Do you believe that? My sister don't bother listening. She's like,
really?
Yeah, she's ain't that. Good morning, Indra McQueen. My listening to me now at this time, my sister, no. The only person who be listening to me now is my son. And now you understand when I say to you, I love my son more than I love my daughter.
You don't target, you don't favorite, you don't target him favorite?
Well, he's my favorite child. His sister not listening, so I can afford to say that. So we ain't have no problems there, but he hearing that and he knows that. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Primus.
Good morning, Mr. Carl Keaton.
Primus, how you doing?
Mr. Donald.
Yeah.
I'm praying for him, sir. Mr. Donald, you want an IBAN?
Yeah, he was calling me names, and every time he wants to see me, he's saying, ban me.
We have something that attitude you need to try avoid getting bongs.
Yeah, well, I get bongs. Yeah, I get bongs to that van. So every time he would white see me, he only saying, van me.
So then thanks for the information on your station yesterday. I got the information.
What information was that?
Thanks, Maxine, for the concerning fertilizer.
Oh, the fertilizer thing. Okay. Good.
Yes, but I have a problem, sir, Donald. About a month ago, I bring my farmer's ID to renew. Mm-hmm. And about 2 weeks back, one Mr. Mahan or somebody called me and said that he was going on some holiday or whatsoever and what and what how to collect my ID. And up to now, he said that they will call me concerning receiving back my ID, and up to now I received no call. And then I heard yesterday now with the report of the fertilizer that you need to ID in order to get fertilizer.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, so I think I'll work on that next week, please, God.
Yeah, well, you need to work on that, my brother.
Yeah, but at least they talk about the fertilizer, but they didn't say the location. So at least I have enough time next week to work on that.
Well, I guess you go to your district. The district office, which is in where? For you,
no, that's in no. Concord side.
Black Bay.
Yeah.
That's far.
Yeah.
That's really far for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really far based on where you're coming out there. Unless you skate down and come out in bushes, you then head up to Black Bay.
Well, I'll make a few calls.
Yeah, make some calls.
Yeah, I'll make a few calls.
Yeah, make some calls and handle that.
And secondly, you were supposed to look after for me. I got no response on it yet. We are still waiting.
They were
on our road.
Oh, yeah, that road thing.
Yeah, so I keep it, at least I had some conversation on it yesterday on a parliamentary base yesterday.
Okay, good.
With one person. So, hoping that something will be occur soon.
Okay, so there, man, didn't he give me a problem, but yeah, so I don't know how that van could hit me in my knee.
It's that Donald.
What?
You could get coconut water and carry it for you up in your station up in Sotel. I'll carry it. You could pass through the market and collect some, but otherwise, going up there, I won't be able to carry it because I won't get past to come to the Canada.
You could come on Saturdays. Saturdays is free. You could come Saturdays, but you can't bring coconut water for me. You bring cigarette and cricks. Because my knee. Alright, one love. Take care, man. One love.
Thank you very much.
What do you have for tomorrow, though? Before you go, what do you have for tomorrow?
Well, I would not have much stock, but I will have a few cauliflower, seasoning pepper, water nut. What have we got? Baby? Celery?
Yeah, celery. Celery, cucumbers. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all the best for tomorrow. No, I'm not coming tomorrow.
All right, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Take care, sir. One love.
Thanks much, Mr. Donald.
All right. Good.
So, Mr. Donald.
Hey.
Before I forget, you know how you mentioned this morning you called Holy Innocent having the harvest?
Yeah.
So now, I went to Holy Innocent school,
Well, you need to go to the harvest and support them.
Mr. Chuck Telesford was my head teacher.
Okay. So go up on Sunday the 15th. Make a pass. You and the wife take a drive.
I'll show you walk out, Mr. Donald.
All right. One love. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Mr. Donald.
Okay then. Great, my brother. 10 minutes now. It is before the 8 o'clock hour. You should be getting linked up with the guys shortly. I already sent the thingy.
The link.
Yeah, you'd use it between 5 minutes to 8 and 8 o'clock. Yeah. Elsa Luzon, good morning. Natasha Fraser, Maxween Bell Fun.
Zico.
Yeah. But yeah, Carl, man. I kinda, you see, when information like that, when you hear information that is supposed to be, well, that's national secrets, yeah?
Yeah.
And you hear those things get into the newspaper, you have to think. Then I am probably wrong. Shema Wells went to Holy Innocent School also.
Yeah.
But I am probably wrong in criticizing the youngsters who on diary. You understand what I'm saying, Carl?
Okay, somebody could cause them not to make relevant entries.
If that, yeah, and we understand that is a possibility.
Yeah.
And Carl, you see, here's what, people don't listen to that. We have spoken about that thing months ago.
Yeah.
We spoke of that thing immediately as it happened, And nobody they didn't take notice
of the information. Some did, because the other person so I met after and they asked. But what was instructive to note in the commissioner's reply? It was an internal matter. But matters of firearm, there are certain rules and engagement, and even in levels of force, which the firearm is a level of force.
Let me ask you a question about, okay, and let me put you into the scenario, right? You
put him into a scenario, not the scenario.
A scenario.
Yeah.
You have a girlfriend, right? You also have another girlfriend who lives in Tivoli.
Yeah.
And your girlfriend lives in Riverside.
Yeah.
So one day you decide you're going by the girlfriend in Tivoli.
Mm-hmm.
You drive in the car and you get to Tivoli and you go into the house. Shortly thereafter, the girlfriend that you left in Riverside arrives at the site of the home of the girlfriend in Tivoli. Now, because that's the girlfriend you live with, and that girlfriend has access to your car, opens your car with a spare key. Because she's your girlfriend at home, she knows almost everything about you, including the fact that you have an ex-girlfriend. She knows that too. But she also knows where you keep the gun in the car, because you're a police officer. So she knows where you keep the gun in the car. So she enters the car and takes out the gun, comes inside of the house, and she brandishes the gun. The girlfriend in Tivoli reports the incident. However, when investigation is done, it is not in the diary. What did you do to cause it not to be in the diary? or what could have been done to cause it not to be in the diary. Good morning, J Wonder, 107.9 FM inside of Brooklyn. The Brooklyn people want to hear you now.
But first of all, the personal diary, what were we looking at it in scenarios?
No, you tell me what you did, eh? It's you. You there.
You could coerce the diaries not to make an entry.
And that could only be done based on your rank.
Based on rank.
Based on your rank, you can instruct the diarist not to. Is that possible?
Yeah, you could.
Should that diarist take what you say?
Well, in my view, that instruction is not a proper one.
Yeah, but should the diarist take what you say? Because you were doing it, you know.
But if you have a weak diarist, they will take what I say about diaries or what they shall go do what is required by the ordinance to record all these things, all occurrences, all ELL. All occurrences must be recorded in the diary. ELL. He didn't say some or based on who involved in it, you shouldn't do it. The diary shouldn't discriminate when notes are to be made in it. It's not a book of discrimination. So one should be able to go and read the station diary and have appreciation for what is happening in a policing area. Because all information should be there. And if that is omitted, they has to find out why such an issue or occurrence is omitted from the station book.
Okay. So now let's move from the whole incident to that being omitted, and you realize investigation is carried out, and the investigation proves that that incident was omitted from the diary. Who does the hammer fall on? The diarist?
Well, after investigate, you have to follow you have to investigate and follow with the information with the evidence lead.
Mm-hmm.
And with the evidence lead, then you take a course of action. So with the diaries, did it on his own volition by being negligent, you take action against him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he was coerced by somebody with authority, that person has to be accountable.
And not the diarist?
No, not the diarist. He has to be accountable why such instruction passed. So, in violation of the rules and engagement of the station diary.
So now we've proven that. What's next? Based on your rank, let us suppose that the person is inspector and above. You're inspector and above. What happens
The Public Service Commission deals with that, so I guess that's why the commissioner say the information was sent to the relevant authority.
And that is my problem with the commissioner. I'm saying it. That is my problem with the commissioner.
What is your problem?
Say where the information was sent. Do not leave us guessing. We already stayed in the not know for all these months because the Grenada Today did not print that. So we stayed in the not know because they're the ones who in the know, the Grenada Today. They're the ones in the know. Yes, and I'm saying Grenada Today. I know that. All these months we stayed there and we still in the not know because it's still a mystery. Tell us, look, the information has been sent to the Public Service Commission. Relevant authorities, no. Tell us straight up what it is. Because all the stories printed in the Grenada Today, it doesn't leave anybody guessing, you know. When they say Gabardine on the western side,
yes,
Nelson and Bascom, they're talking to you.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't leave anybody guessing. So that is my problem with the commissioner. Do not leave us guessing as to where the information went to. Tell us it has gone to the Public Service Commission so that we can now say, Public Service Commission, how come you taking so long with this?
Yeah.
So when you tell us it has gone to the relevant authorities, who are the relevant authorities?
We don't know.
We don't know. Exactly. We don't know. Don't leave us in that position, Mr. Commissioner. Who did the information go to? Yeah, I see the gentleman I'm supposed to interview. I know he's hearing me. Don't worry, brethren. I'm coming to you in a couple of clicks.
Because when Michael Francois Taffer up here, Mitchell and Vanny Cohen was in a meeting as to an issue. The Grenada today had information as to what was discussed in the meeting.
You understand?
So somebody from the meeting. And I hasten to add that Taffer up here wouldn't do that.
No. Don't do that. Somebody from the meeting. And we know who it is. If the commissioner want, ask us. We know who it is. It is not your trusted lieutenants. And sir, you know who your trusted lieutenants are. Y'all know who leaking the information? Y'all know. Y'all know. It's not that y'all don't know.
But it's time something, because you see, the police getting a lot of beat up from that particular print media as to happenings. However, where the information comes from, the reservoir it flows from, that reservoir is being touted and big up and so on. When that reservoir is causing the RGPF not to be trusted, because when you leak pertinent information, it puts the commission and everybody on the back foot.
Of course,
because
it does.
There was another question again about one of the journalists asked Michael Francois if he have 400 or odd days and it won't add up to his leave and so on. And the commissioner answered and said, well, the commissioner don't know about that. But in that same print media, that is there. About how many days Mr. Francois have and when he had to go on leave and he don't have time go on leave and they're making an arrangement to pay for leave. And the commissioner said, well, I don't know that going on. But the print media saying that going on, so something.
Who's that, the Grenada today?
Yeah, the print media.
The Grenada today. You afraid to call their name?
I'm afraid to call in everybody, no.
No, we ain't leaving nothing to the imagination. Tell you what, we're gonna take a commercial break. We've got our our first guest this for today. We have that person online already, so we're gonna take a commercial break. And before we take the break, we're saying to all students, past and present, of Mcdonough College, I hope and pray that you're listening this morning. This one's for you.
Where would I be? Where would I be without my mama?
We're back. After 2 years, Miss Rose's annual Mother's Day party is back. On Sunday, May 8th, 2022 at Miss Rose Place, Upper Lafortune, St. Patrick. Come dance the night away to sweet sounds by a popular DJ. 9 p.m. sharp. Admission $10. Dress code in full effect. Eats and drinks on sale. This event is one you don't want to miss. Miss Rose annual Mother's Day party. See you there.
You love your mama, let me see your hand. So bust a blank for your mama, lighter for your mama. Selector, you better pull up the one.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone Disinfecting Cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra-soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
It is real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfmgrenada.com. Good morning, Grenada. Good morning, Caribbean. Good morning to the WORLD. Well, I did say that Mcdonough College students, you should be tuned in. All of you should be tuned in right now from those in Grenada, those in London, wherever you are, Mcdonough College students, you should be tuned in. And let's also say good morning to the present principal, Carl Caton of Mcdonough College. And that is Mr. Your name, what is it? Carl Andel.
And not only my name alone.
What's it?
We sit on the same bench too.
You did?
Yeah.
At Montrose?
Yeah.
Oh, so you only playing at college boy, he's not a real college boy then. And I know he listens and he want to kill me for this. He'll definitely want to kill me for this. But I gotta say good morning to him. He's one of the younger and I dare say I'll take this step and say one of the younger and better principals in Grenada at this particular point in time.
Vibrant.
Very vibrant. Is it because he's my friend I'm saying that? Yes. Is it because he's good? Yes.
Control bass?
Well, no, I'm speaking. He's my friend? Yes. You understand? So if he's my friend, I must know about him. Right, Carl?
Yeah.
Right. So then, hence the reason I can speak about him. And I understand that he's making a bid together with, is it Marlon Glean? He's making a bid together with Marlon Glean to deal with football in Grenada. They're going to try to wrestle it away from Chenny Joseph. And you know I'm a Chenny guy. Yeah, but as I tell you, St. Patrick's for me is St. Patrick. So
is that true patrician?
I'm a true patrician. I can't leave out Carl and Ellen. So I guess I'd have to go over by Carl's side and do the supporting there. But as indicated, friends, we did say to you that we'll be having a guest in Mcdonough College students and principal and teachers, and the like should be listening this morning. Happy am I this morning to say good morning to none other than Mr. Donald Taylor. Good morning to you, Donald Taylor. How are you doing?
Good morning, Andre. I'm fine. I'm doing well.
Great. Yes, lovely to hear that. Now, let's start from, okay, did you attend Mcdonough College as a student?
No. I was long past that stage.
Oh, you were long past that. So you go on.
Right. Well, I attended, if we want to go to that level, I attended Presentation College. From Presentation, well, let me take you back. Let's go back from the beginning. But I grew up in La Taste, attended the River Sally Infant School, which is now the community center.
Okay.
From there I went to St. Patrick's RC.
The St. Patrick's RC?
St. Patrick's RC, yeah. Right.
Okay.
I used to walk the 3 miles from La Tasse to walk and run, actually, to Sedez. Yeah. So from there, I went to presentation. From presentation, I worked in the post office in Sedez for about 6 months. That is in the early 63.
Okay.
And so I joined Mcdonough College in September of 63.
September of 63.
Under the principalship of Wellington Final.
Okay. Now, quickly, as you said, the post office, that you worked at the post office.
Right.
Did you and you mentioned 63 and I've heard talk of Herbert Blaze working at the post office here in Sedez. Was that around your time, or was it just before you or something?
I don't know. I think that must have been long before my time.
Long before you, yeah. I'm trying to give you too many years, eh?
Yeah, well, some of the guys who worked there were before me would have been. You might have heard of. We had some of the Robinson guys like Cranby and you have people like Phil Japal.
Okay.
And everybody at the time I worked in the revenue department, but revenue and post office were all in one.
Okay.
And you had everybody in Sedez would remember Daddy Scott, who was the postman and also the lamplighter in Sedez. In those days you had street lamps in Sedez.
Well, I see there are a few these days. Have you ever seen somebody's attempting to restore them? I think that person is Winston Frederick. I think I think I've seen 2 or 3. There's one close. You must pay attention here, Donald, when you're driving up. There's one at the bottom of the church step, the RC church step. There's one there, and it seems to be powered with solar. Yeah, it's a solar light, but it's the same sort of a lantern shape and everything. So you should look out for that. That is kind of like back in a bit.
Sure.
Now, you moved from the post office and you moved to Mcdonough College.
Correct.
What was it like then?
Well, it was one building. There were 4 of us there as teachers, because I was the 4th person hired there as a teacher. When I joined, it was Wellington was the principal, Claudia Nyack was on the staff, and I think David Wright, Canadian, was on there as well. And then there was also a minister, Reverend Santos, who was American, I believe. But he was the minister, not really a teacher there. So yeah, I was the 4th teacher hired there at the time. And I think there were probably 2 forms, I believe, yes, because they had started, I think the first class started probably in January or earlier in 63 or late 62. So there were 2 forms, and I believe there were about 40 students, if that many.
Mm-hmm.
And of those would have been Wellington's son Trevor and Betty and people like, I think Kenny Lansing would have been in that class, perhaps. I think so.
So with all the walking and throwing his chest in the air and playing big man, you did scold Kenny in school. Say yes here, Donald. No, just say yes.
Of course. Of course. I have to say that I am very proud of the Kennys and so on. And of course, don't forget Minister Boston. I'm sure he's going to chime in. He was one of my students as well.
Oh, Minister Boston was one of your students?
Oh, yeah, and many more that the names will crop up. Don't worry.
Well, so you did make a wonderful contribution, didn't you?
I have to say, I'm very proud of the leaders in this country now in business and other forms of employment, whether in our government or what have you. I'm very proud of these guys.
Great.
You know, who have become doctors and dentists and whatever, because they are engineers. So yeah, I mean, there were a lot of folks who were who've gone through Mcdonough College have done very well. As a matter of fact, it's no secret that people from St. Patrick's are the ones who are, if you check it out correctly, are the leaders in this country. They may not be residing in St. Patrick's, but they're in St. George's and in the halls of business and so on and so forth. St. Patrick's has been known for producing bright people. And in those days when I went to school, St. Patrick's RC School was one of the top schools on the island, outside of the schools in St. George's, where you got scholarships to St. Patrick's RC. Yep.
No,
so
that is.
I mean, Winston White and I were in St. Glass, Reynolds Benjamin, and a bunch of others I could name. People like Michael Frame, who passed a number of years ago. Frame from Shannon.
That is so very interesting. That information is so very interesting because it's information like this, I believe, Donald, we need to ensure that it's passed on in the community, so that youngsters can look at these people like Kenny, yes, people like yourself, yes, and others. Youngsters can look at them and say, hold on, but I have attended RC school. I have attended the Mcdonough College, and I can be like them. I can emulate what they've done.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the examples right before them. I mean, it's you know, we can achieve anything. That's one of the things I've learned in life. So it is. Doesn't matter where we come from, what the circumstance. We have it in us, whether it's by example from our parents or teachers. Now, of course, in those days, the teacher was the person you looked up to and respected, and the teachers respected you as well. And so, yeah, it's the examples are there, and the knowledge that yes, you can achieve as well, because there are a number of people who've succeeded both at home and abroad.
How long did you spend teaching at Mcdonough College?
I started in totally, I think, 5 to 6 years. So here's what happened. I started teaching in September of 63, and in August of 65, August of 65 to say September of 66, I studied at the Southampton University in London, in England. So there I did a certificate in science teaching and education, because Mcdonough College was on track to set up the first science lab.
Okay.
So I became the first science teacher there. That was the whole plan. And so I came back, returned in 66, at which time the lab was set up. And I worked there until 69. 1969 is when I left Grenada to attend Howard University in the United States.
Okay, so you'd have basically been from 63 to 69 is when
Right,
you would have
68.
been at Mcdonough
Right.
College.
Right.
Now, you spoke of yourself of being one of the first 4 teachers there, but there's a name you mentioned, and I was even asking a prominent teacher at the school a couple of years ago about that person, and they could not tell me. And there's been years I've been trying to find out who that person is. Right. As in Wright's house. It
Wright's
seems
house.
like no one knows who is Wright. Now tell us, you seem to have that information, Donald. Tell us, who is Wright?
Well, Wright was he's a Canadian who came. Now it'll make sense after I'll mention another name that will put him in perspective. He was Canadian and started teaching there. I think just about the same time that I did. So hence you see the names on the houses, right?
Yes, yes.
So he's one of those. Now, he was shortly after I returned in '66. He left, went back to Canada, and was succeeded by Curry. So everybody remember the name Curry.
Curry.
Shane Curry, who has a brother living in the area, in Celeste.
In the Celeste area?
Right.
Well, there before you gone, there I was thinking, well, where does this Curry man come from? And now you're telling me that he has links with Mcdonough College. I never knew that.
Well, no, his brother.
But his brother, yes, but still at least there's a parallel.
Right. Right. So I guess he must have fell in love with Grenada, from visiting his brother.
His brother, yeah.
Right. So at Mcdonough College, Shane was teaching the life sciences and I was doing chemistry and physics and stuff like that. So when I returned, Shane and I were the overall teaching science at the Mcdonough College. Yeah, Shane Curry. I'm still in touch with Shane Curry.
Well, you must put me in touch with him so I can have a little chit chat with him one of these days.
Well, he visits the island quite frequently, actually.
Oh, he does. Okay, that's good. So he's based back in Canada now, I'm assuming.
Yes.
He's based back in Canada.
He returned to Canada, I think shortly, maybe around early 70 probably, maybe shortly after I left.
And what about Wright? Do you know where he is?
No, I have. No, I've never been in touch with Wright.
Never been in touch with him. So hence the reason we have Wright's house.
Right.
Of course, you Taylor's house, and then we would have Friday as in Wellington Friday. Yes, and Nyack as in who?
As in Claudia Nyack.
Oh, okay. She was the first female, one of the first females there. Is that what?
Yes, she was. She was the first female. And sister, Jusen is a brother.
Oh, Jusen is a brother. All right.
So
Okay,
there's Nyack someone controls, yeah.
Right. So now we understand the whole makeup of all the houses at Mcdonough College.
Mcdonough College. Correct.
Great. And was your favorite color blue, or they just gave you blue?
As far as I read, probably just blue, but I have to say that blue was my favorite. I used to like to dress in blue outfit, yeah. But I don't know that has anything to do with it.
Well,
I don't know.
All right.
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
All right. Now after Mcdonough College, you traveled. Tell us about your travels and what happened then.
Well, in a nutshell, I went to Howard University, did a bachelor's in chemistry there. From Howard, I moved to Massachusetts Institute of Technology, did a master's there. And from there, I went to Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan, where I did my doctorate in chemistry. So That in a nutshell, and from there, working in various industries in the US. So that's in a nutshell what it is.
Okay, various industries in the US. Does any one of these industries pop to mind, will forever stay in that memory? Was there something that you did that the world is probably proud of today?
Well, I worked at the last 20-some years. I worked at Colgate Palmolive.
You worked at Colgate?
I'm sure you use Colgate toothpaste. I mean, tell me. I mean, I'm depending on the sales of toothpaste to support my lifestyle right now.
So while we are all buying Colgate and still continue to buy Colgate here, Taylor, you are the one who's have that stash coming into your pocket? Really? We need to buy more Colgate.
Exactly, I'd encourage you.
We need to buy more Colgate. But there is a school of thought that you did something amazing at Colgate. Is that true?
Well, like everything else, yes. I mean, I was very successful in particularly the what do you call the personal care department.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was part of the team that developed the what is it called that? Now you see a lot of underarm products.
Mm-hmm.
That's clay, right? It's called they call it clay gel. The gel clay.
Yes, the gel. Yes, you see that.
That's a technology that that sort of revolutionized the underarm, antiperspirant and deodorant industry, and I was part of that team for which we got several patents.
Okay. So you made your mark on the world and you're silently residing in Grenada, and young people are not realizing that, hey, we've got a man who has made his mark on the world right here. I have Carl Keaton, as you'd see here at me. Mm-hmm. Carl, isn't that interesting?
Very, very much interesting.
What?
That he has contributed to such a development, and we here don't know. And he's what when I listen to him now, I see he come across as an exemplar, one who we could use a template and say, if he came from humble beginnings and achieved so much, it is not beyond the young people of today to try to take a leaf out of his book and know that they could make something of themselves despite, quote unquote, what he said about young people today.
Because it's from the post office to Mcdonough College to Colgate Palmolive.
Yes.
That is amazing. And as Sherma Wells just posted here, unsung hero.
Unsung hero. That's the thing.
Well,
I'm like dumbfounded here, Donald. I mean, and the thing about it is that you keep a lot of secrets from me. You call me your friend. We interact with each other, and you don't tell me anything, Donald. That's not good.
Andre, here's this. I'm not a guy. Well, first of all, you should realize I'm a very quiet person, whether you think so or not, right? And I'm not the sort of person who goes on beating my chest about anything. Okay, I take pride in what I've done, and the way I look at it, the things I've done are things that I'm very proud of, and I've not done it to show people what I can do. I've done it for me, and if by example, it rubs off on others, that's fine. And I mean, I've done, and not that I've kept what I've done secret. For instance, in the United States, my love for teaching has continued for many, many years. For instance, while I worked at Colgate, I was what they call it now, a partner teacher, right?
Mm-hmm.
With one of the schools in the area, in Piscataway, New Jersey, where Colgate Palmolive is based. And what I was doing there was to work. I was assigned to a teacher to develop teaching modules on the particular topic was on the subject of smell and taste. And for that, we did won an award for so we developed a bottle that went from grade 4 to 7. And for that, we were given an award by the state of New Jersey. Right? And that is a thing that we're going to try to use in other schools as well. So, my friend, I've done a lot of things. I mean, I was deeply involved in a program mentoring high school students in the same vein. So, wherever the opportunity arose, I did help. I offered my expertise and advice or whatever as best I can. And I'm still open to doing that.
I was about to ask that question. Is Donald still open to doing that?
But I'm still open to doing that. And of course, one of the things that I have been doing here, and is contributing in a sense to with respect to Mcdonough College.
Yeah.
I think for the past at least 6 years or so, I've been giving a Donald Taylor Science Award to the top students in science.
Wonderful.
To the top students in science at Mcdonough College for the past 6 years. Of course, I have not been contacted in the last couple of years. You'll ask me why, but yeah. And so
I need to speak to Mr. Andel so he can get in contact with you. I need to speak to Mr. Andel.
Yeah, I'm open to as long as people maintain contact and show appreciation for the contribution we're making. That's fine. I mean, it's not a big thing, but it's important.
And as long as they continue to buy the Colgate products, so more would come into the pocket.
And continue to buy Colgate.
Continue to buy the Colgate. Yes?
Now, let me also say one other thing. People, you might say, well, Taylor's done all these things and he doesn't talk about it. But, yeah, well, I mean, what's the point anyway? But I recall when I got out of graduate school, when I got my doctorate, the first company I worked for was a company called Bendix Engineering Company. Now, if the word Bendix doesn't ring a bell in your head, but
it does, but I'm trying to put it to something. Bendix, I remember that name somewhere.
Yeah. Well, they used to make things like washing machine in the old days. But what we know as a Bendix, or what I know as a Bendix, was a little part that was part of the starting motor of a car.
That is where I know Bendix. Now you're talking. That is where I know Bendix.
It was a gear that worked, that got the starting motor going. Something to that effect.
That is because I'm wondering, where do I know Bendix? And I've heard that name before.
So let me say that when I joined Bendix, I got out of graduate school. As a matter of fact, I was writing my doctoral thesis at the time that they hired me. So I was spending half of the day working on my thesis and half of the day doing on their work. But I was hired. I was one of the 12th person hired in a new division of Bendix called Bendix Advanced Technology Center. They were trying to get out of traditional engineering into other business. So I was Michigan at the time. And so we moved from Michigan to Maryland. So Bendix was one of the other companies that I worked for. And then subsequently Colgate. And interestingly, one other thing. When I joined that company, Bendix, that new division, it was all PhDs there. So you didn't go around calling people doctor. You understand what I'm saying? So the title became, it was not that important. Everybody were on the same level. And I
Everybody,
remember,
yes.
I remember the first day I got to work, the boss said to me, the head of the division said to me, he says, you call me Jack. He said, call me Jack, I'll call you Don. Except we want to go around calling each other Dr. Jack.
Because everybody's at the same level.
Exactly.
Now, you spoke, you spoke earlier on about leaders and stuff in Grenada at present, businessmen and leaders in Grenada. Our leader now, the leader now of the country is Dr. Mitchell. Do you know him? I mean, when I say no, I mean you guys, you've met him. I mean, because you have a doctorate, he has a doctorate. Most doctors know each other, quote unquote. The people with PhDs know each other. Do you know him like that?
Well, I guess implying there's a fraternity of PhDs. That's
well, there should be.
We're not all going around saying, "Hey, you're doctor, we're doctor, let's hang out."
I guess you're not doing it, yes.
But realize that I went to presentation and Dr. Mitchell went to presentation as well.
Yes.
Although
yes.
I was there maybe 2 or 3 years before him. But we knew each other familiarly then. He was in the same class as my cousin, Stan Joseph's son. I don't know if you know George. You probably wouldn't know.
No.
Roy, but Stan Joseph's last son. Anyway, but of course we remember when I left Washington, and remember I just mentioned that after I joined Bendix, I returned to Maryland, which is like right next door. So basically, I was back in Washington D.C. and then I met Keith, Dr. Mitchell there, and we're very close friends, family.
Let me just say this: we drop in all the doctors this morning. In a nutshell, Donald, tell us about Keith Mitchell in 3 or 4 sentences, if you can do that. Tell us about Keith Mitchell.
Well, he was a very focused person. He was very focused. He always had a deep interest in Grenada, and as indicated by his involvement. He's always been a cricket lover, actually. And on the other hand, loved cricket and sports, and he was I think how I met when I returned to Maryland, when you had a group of Grenadian guys, and on Sundays we used to meet and play cricket in one of the local parks. Right, so there was a whole group of, Grenadians in Washington, no exception, in other cities, were always, close.
Yeah.
You played together, you did whatever together, you partied together, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he was always a very focused and determined person. Doesn't surprise me what he's done.
Would you say he he turned out to be a great prime minister? Would you say that?
Well, I don't know what the yardstick is, but
yes.
Or you mentioned that one, but the question is whether he's done well for the country, and I think that's what we have to. Any prime minister will have to be judged by.
Okay.
And
would you say that he has done well? Would you say that?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
In my opinion, yes.
It would be remiss of me if I have a whole conversation with you this morning and I don't ask you, how's the wife?
Oh, she's fine.
Is she here or is she abroad?
No, she's here.
She's here. Well, please give her my regard. Because I couldn't talk to you all this while and not ask you about the wife. My final question for you this morning, Donald, to Grenadians listening to you, and there are Grenadians here in Grenada, there are Grenadians abroad in different countries, there are Grenadians who are studying, there are Grenadians who are probably finished studying and getting ready to retire. What do you say to Grenadians collectively as someone who has gotten to that level and is back and still willing to get involved and do what is your share to in terms of engaging other Grenadians? What do you say to Grenadians right now, Donald?
Well, I guess my biggest complaint is actually my disappointment on speaking to many Grenadians abroad and whether they come back on vacation or not, and the unwillingness to consider returning to Grenada. Too many of us get sold on lifestyle in North America, and we think and for a lot of people, they simply say, I can't live in Grenada because there's nothing to do, which baffles my mind. I mean, and in a lot of cases, I say to myself, what it is they're actually doing up there? Because you can't shop as much down here as you can. I mean, in a lot of cases, a lot of people after retirement, they just, not that they're doing anything meaningful up there, but they have turned their backs on the country that has given them a very good start in life. And my point is, hey, don't be afraid. Return. This is still the best place on earth. I firmly believe it. No matter what you believe, you may have differences or you may listen, there will always be things to complain about. But in a lot of cases, these are minor annoyances or whatever. And you can live a better stress-free life in these parts than you can in Africa.
Hey Donald, where's Booze?
I suppose he's in New York.
He's in New York.
Yeah, he's in New York.
Yeah, I know. We probably have to get him to come back. Time to retire.
Maybe he's one of those, I don't know.
Maybe he's one of those. Anyway, I thank you so very much, my brother. And I believe we will have other conversations again because persons like yourself, people like you, need to continue speaking to our youngsters and to show them, hey, you can achieve. And thanks. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the conversation this morning, Donald.
Well, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to others and to give people a little insight into who I am.
All right. So take it. Go on.
I said to remove that perceived screen that's around me. You just have to talk to me. You just have to talk to me and you'll find out who I am.
Yes. Anyway, my brother, take care of yourself and God bless.
Okay, Andrew. All right, bye.
Okay, bye-bye now. It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.therealfmgrenada.com. Friends, we're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone Disinfecting Cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
The Ministry of Agriculture wishes to inform the public that the following fertilizers from the Kingdom of Morocco are available for purchase in 100-pound bags: triple super phosphate, monoammonium phosphate, diammonium phosphate, and NPSB. The public is reminded that fertilizers will only be sold to registered farmers on the presentation of their farmer's ID and will be sold a maximum of 5 bags each. Requests for larger quantities will have to be approved by the Xtension Division of the Ministry of Agriculture. For more information, please call 440-7212.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one little ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch. In stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Seasons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Seasons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Seasons. Seasons. Express your style with Color by Seasons.
Good morning, Grenada. Good morning. How you doing? Everybody okay? Now, what was that? Okay, let me just tell that person, when I call you, you was not able to answer. When I call you, you were not able to answer. Therefore, I'm not able to speak to you now because, of course, I'm on air, so I will call you back, right? I know you got the message. One love, brother. We got to see. Yeah. Okay, bye. Okay, right. Take care. Can't talk to you now, right? Okay, good. All right. It's a bridge in your mind, see. Am I still mad, Carl? You think? You think I'm still mad, right?
No, man.
Okay. Donald Taylor. That's all I'm saying. I await your response.
The interview is a deep interview. He had a lot of content. You see, the guy is not an ordinary guy, but he doesn't flaunt his achievement. However, I think young people listening to him and his story could recognize, okay, if I position myself and I do what is necessary with all the programs and plans by this present administration for young people, I could be another Donald. And it is not out of the reach of persons, because based on the fact that he has come from humble beginnings, Andre, tells you that coming from humble beginnings does not mean that you cannot achieve or really your full potential. And I must commend you, Andre, on bringing persons of that ilk onto the programs or Real FM to speak to people and to provide the content and information which you provide on this particular medium here. You, in my view, are playing your part in nation building, which is also important. So when you speak on issues, even of a political ilk, you're well placed to speak because you are doing what a patriot ought to do.
I just like to raise something here instantly.
Raise it.
Somebody called Nayali Taylor.
Yeah.
I hope that's how the name is pronounced. And made a statement, encourage your children to return to. I guess you're speaking when Donald said he's encouraging people to return. Now, the trick is, when you say encourage the children to return, you have to be very, very careful here, because are his children Grenadians? Do you understand, Carl?
That's a question to ask.
That's a question. So you who saying encourage the children to return, first question we have to ask here, and the first question we have to answer here is, caller, we coming to you, is whether or not his children are Grenadians. If they're not Grenadians, what are you asking them to return to? They are not Grenadians. Do you understand? So be very careful when you make statements, unless, because I didn't ask him, children and whether or not they're Grenadians, but I doubt, because if at that young age, Carl, he's, kind of still moving, kind of still getting his feet together, I doubt if his children were born here.
Well, the crux of the issue, tell them, I hope you tell your children to return.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't solve any purpose.
No, it doesn't. And sometimes I wonder what's up with us, because I wonder if the very said person, who is saying this, are your children back here? Are your relatives who have children who were born here, are they back in Grenada? And what are they doing?
Yes, we have a call online.
Yeah, we do. Good morning.
Good morning to Mr. Donald and good morning to Miss Sam. How are you doing again?
Carl Keaton, just is squatty.
Good morning, darling. How are you doing?
Yeah, just is squatty.
I just like to hear you, I just like to hear you, how you know, express yourself and, explaining certain things to us in Grenada. I want to say good morning to Miss Bain and to Mr. Olivier, Nimrod Olivier, Mr. Donald and Shoma. They had a wonderful program, and I never know this man did so much. When I hear the man speak about certain things he did, from the time he left Grenada and went to America, he go in the army, he's police, he this, he that. All these things I didn't know. I heard it from his mouth last night, so I want to say good morning to him. And people support him. And Miss Smith, Ambassador Yolan Smith, good morning. Love you all the time. And to all the busmen, number 6 busmen. And I want to tell Grenadians, I'm voting for NNP. I'm voting for NNP because are you passing and harassing me and still tormenting me at my age, and I don't know, I can't hush me mouth to answer you all. And I answer all you. Mr. Watson, your family, good morning to Peter David and all the people in Grenada, Caracol, Matnik, home and brothers, stretch a hand for me. Thank you very much. Good morning. Under the NNC government, I have a decent little home this morning. That's all right. Decent little home. When I was a homeless woman, people didn't know, you don't know. And I cannot be ungrateful to that government. I cannot be ungrateful, Mr. David, Peter David, God bless you. What you don't get from me, your grandchildren getting it, son. I meant that from my heart. I just tell me children. You understand? So I want Grenadians this morning, and who they in America, England, Canada, all over the world are listening to me. Thank God for the NNP government, Monsieur and Dane Hartsford, that helped me after Ivan. Thank you very much, because I'm comfortable now. I don't have to sleep in front of the Catholic Church again. I don't have to sleep under the place in the hospital, the shed. I don't have to go and lie down on that bench there. I don't have to walk till daylight. Thank God. This is a testimony from Miss Camille, Teresa Scott, this morning, and I know the government have a lot of others and they don't say nothing. They keep it to themselves and they still causing Kit Mitchell when they and boss, using all kind of words to torment me. One day I'll go hush, and soon after I'll go hush for harassing me and not to tell me about a little. I can't use the word now. Watch. God is a good God. All the people abroad that he helped, that his government helped, or they don't say thanks to this government and the NNP government that helped me to get a scholarship, helped me to get a good job. Mr. Donald, yesterday, a young lady came to me, she's from the Cherry Hill area. And she said, Clammy, Auntie Clammy, she just called me. She tell me look at the good job she has. She working in a hotel. Where she said, Miss Clammy, the Prime Minister send me there. Send me there and she get a good job. And these are the things we must think about when people helping other people. Or they are the belly and the guts in Grenada to see. They don't doing nothing. That's why I tell me something about anybody coming me at this big stone.
No.
I know, listen to me, I just tell you the reason why I said so. If people come in the yard, but they will not come. They will not come. People think I lie. Ask Fluffy. He sit down there and how much people have passed and interfere with me. A big old woman as me. I just don't speak to my son from England. A big children, I have 10 grandchildren, you know. And all man passing and tell me a thing about my foot and about Kit Mitchell. Kit Mitchell is a wonderful man, God bless him. Wonderful. Look at him and just talk about him. They and other people that I don't know. Just say me, I don't hear you on Mr. Donald radio. And they went to school with him. And they went this and that and the other. Now you have nothing to say. You don't have nothing to say, don't say nothing because God don't like nothing is. And we say we just go to church. Look at where I living in this village here. I tell you, Headlands up here now was a track. We are roundabout, we are nice school, we are nice road. The best set of houses and Chinese buildings on the hill up here. No. When I say the best, the pretty and nice. Sorry, they never make a mistake. We entitled to make mistakes.
Yes.
We must slip. All right. Beautiful houses. And all who didn't want it, now they want. But you don't have more. You already had the owner. Have a blessed day, Grenada. You and I love you. And I did a lot of pain. Mr. Watts, a lot of pain with my foot. I wish I could have get some help with that foot. That is pain. He must have been stored today, but not the pain. Yes. And Wanda, bless up, darling. Have a blessed day.
All right, Depo says good morning.
Hey, Depo, my darling. They don't selling me a fig now. They're punishing me. Andre, and these are people that is to help. And they say I go punish her. But I ain't so fine. If I call Peter, no, then my breakfast come here and meet me. Peter David later. Have a good day. Bye-bye, Mr. Dan, and I love you too.
One love.
Yes.
All right, great.
Andre,
it's real. Yeah, go ahead.
Andre, when last you passed over the hills, Granite, and towards St. George's?
sometime last week, I think.
In your travels, did you see any dogs in Granitang looking lost?
Usually I do, but no, I didn't see any the last time I passed. Why?
No, I just wanted to know.
No, usually I do. You know, and sometimes when I do, depending on the time, I say, you know what, you're making last trip. You know, depending on the direction that they're going. Yeah. Why?
No, just ask.
There, you don't ask questions like that. You ain't stupid enough.
Really?
Yeah. Unless you're talking about my knee. Huh? You know, you're speaking about my knee.
What? And we have to have another gentleman on?
Yeah, I'm waiting on you to make the contact. I asked you for an email address and everything, and you didn't give it to me. Remember?
No, but I don't think I have an email address.
Well, then you could have contacted the person, asked for an email address, and then we'd have done the same thing that we did. That's what I thought you went to do outside.
No, I went to.
Yeah, so you can still go outside and link the person.
I went to scribe.
You can still go outside and link the person. And find out whether or not they have an email address. We can send them the link, and we can bring them up. Friends, this one is a surprise again too. You would love it. Those of you who are listening, don't go. This one is a nice surprise again. You will love it. Good morning. Good morning, Sherma. Everybody's saying that you had a wonderful program last night. Did I hear it? Nope. Why? 'Cause I went to sleep. Yeah, these nights, Sherms, I go to sleep pretty early. So no, I didn't hear your program. Probably you would listen to it if it's on social media somewhere. Good morning, Depot. What? Real FM should find us a space in St. Patrick's to establish a hero's wall of fame to people like Taylor. Actually, you know, I tried that, but it didn't work the way I wanted. So I probably need to try it again. The trick is where. Yeah, speak to Kenny Lal Singh, and we probably can do something like the how they place the stars in Hollywood, and place a star for different people. Because people like Shirley Robinson and Cynthia Gis and others, and of course Taylor himself. Yeah, these are people. Try again, Depot. Oh my God. Well, I will try again. I promise you, I will try again. But first of all, it's gonna take. It might be something that has to be erected now. So you probably have to find the resources to erect it, and then where can we put it will be the next thing. Yeah, so it will hold a prominent position. That'll be a thing, but it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Shema, why don't you just give me a break? I called your phone just now, you didn't answer, now you're trying to send me a message? Don't ever try to call me Sherma Wells. I did call your phone just now. What was the other interview you were supposed to have, Carl?
I was supposed to have an interview with David Francis.
What is his claim to fame?
Bus driver.
Okay.
His claim to fame, he mentored me when I just joined the organization of the RGPF. I learned a lot from David Francis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, why were we interviewing him this morning?
Oh, he has put
his... Wait now, Shema really expect me to answer her this morning? Shema, I'm not answering you. I'm not even bothering to answer you. Forget that.
He has put his hat in the ring in the St. Mark constituency. As the representative for the GOLP.
As a representative or the candidate?
The candidate.
What?
Yeah.
So he's going to be, as they say, running?
Yeah, running.
How does he hope to defeat Clarice?
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure that one out. How does he hope to defeat Clarice?
Well, he might think in the realms of when we talk about sports and we see in boxing and say you have a puncher's chance. But I don't think in politics it's really applicable because it's all about crunching the numbers.
I mean, I'm not going to say Clarice win already. But anybody running against Clarice, they have a task on their hands.
To beat the man, you have to beat the man. Yeah.
Sherma Wells went to school at Holy Innocent. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, this morning when you had that discussion, she said she was a student of Holy Innocent. I heard you mention about Shoma the program last night. She and Michi.
Yeah, it's usually broadcast
with, the guy was there, Nimrod.
Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to be speaking to him next Wednesday.
I didn't listen to the whole program.
Mm-hmm. But did you listen to any bit of it?
I listened to it, and what grabbed my attention was simply the fact that this gentleman is not the regular run-of-the-mill gentleman waiting to get into governance to do things for people. The contribution that man has made to Grenada and its people.
She's on the line again. Continue talking. I'm trying to hook her
is mind-boggling that he is not offering himself to represent the people of St. George's
Northeast.
Mm-hmm. But he has done so much in his private capacity. So I feel comfortable that he would do justice when the people so give him the mandate to be the representative, because he has a track record of doing things.
Sherma is bothering us, so let's take the call. Morning, botheration.
Uncle Carl, don't bother with bothersome, eh? Bothersome call botheration, and botheration calling back. Bothersome have a life too, you know. What do bothersome?
So you don't understand that right now I use ignorement on you.
You know, I did go to Holy Innocent School,
Mm-hmm.
and as a matter of fact, I started school at the age of 2 before there were preschools.
Okay.
School at the age of 2. I wanted to go with everybody else going to school, so I was sent to school with the bigger ones when I was 2 years old at the Holy Innocent School. And the gentleman talked about Jack, Teacher Jack. Tell us what? Yes, he was the principal at that time as well. He moved on after that. But I clearly remember my days at school at that age, you know, Andre. It's amazing, eh?
Yeah. But you have an elephant brain, I know that, so.
And you know something, I'll give you a little joke here. As a little innocent child, maybe I think I was about that time, about 3 years old. Well, you know, in those days, schools had what you called latrines.
Yeah.
They weren't toilets. And gone in the toilet, and one of my little friends, I had a little side of silver bracelet. I don't know why it was one side. And they tempted me to throw it inside there, you know. Story done, you know. When I reach home, it's a different story.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I see you did try. I look at try and take stick to take it out. Oh Lord! Anyway, leave that where it is.
Yeah, leave that one. All right, Chum.
Yeah.
Did you know that the school you went to, Depo's wife went to that school too?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. He just did not know that Sherma went to Holy Innocent School. Heard so much of that school from my wife, Aladi. He says his wife is Aladigian.
I am a Ladigan, yes. So Holy Innocent is where I'm from, in Ladik.
Yeah, so he say his wife is
I'm
one
an
too.
innocent person and holy in the head, Holy Innocent. That's the name of the place inside Ladik.
Do you remember the name Leslie? Do you remember the name Leslie, Shama? Leslie? Leslie.
Of course. Leslie is a family to us as well. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bertina and all of them.
So Depo is married to a Leslie.
Okay, yeah, man, good Ladik has been the creme de la creme of Grado food.
Now, hold your mouth. You ain't just here weird responsible for all not smelling like donkey.
Lord have mercy.
You didn't hear the man say he developed how they call it under your arm. You ever say that?
I heard him, yes.
If it wasn't for him, nobody can raise their hand in a Soca Monarch show.
All the time when we brushing the teeth, we call them, we should be speaking Taylor.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we didn't know. He keeping secret.
But Shama, as you quite rightly indicated in one of your little posts this morning, unsung hero, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, he would be. After listening to him, I say to myself, you know, I am always interested in people and their stories. As you know, as a young person in the media, I engage with a lot of older people and, just to get their life stories and information and so on. So I was intrigued. Others may think, well, hey, this man is just a little man out there, so there's where Andre going with this fella. But I like to listen to things like that. And I was very impressed. And I said, this man is a great man. He has done great things. And sometimes you have people out there who have done so much, but because they're humble and they come back and they just remain in their own little world as a retired person or whatever, doing their community good and so on and so forth, we never hear about them, Andre.
Yes, because Shama, I would meet him. Sometimes we meet down on the bus terminal, and we would sit there, on a little stool. He'll be there, his wife there, and we sit there and we're chatting, and you will be none the wiser as to who he is. He's just as simple as they come.
Well, he does look so from his picture that he put up, his video.
Yeah.
And I listened to the gentleman telling us about his achievements out there, his work and so on. I think that we really need to get him to a level where we can give him some sort of honor, whatever that may be. Andre, you know that recommendations come from the public as it relates to awards at Independence and that kind of thing. And it's time for you to put a bio together and submit it to the Governor General for this gentleman.
No, I really do believe. Because he continues to work, as he said, with Mcdonough College. He's still involved. And as you quite rightly said, and he's one of the persons, maybe the first organization who should be spot. Maybe Mrs. Well, she's married now. I don't know her thing, but I just call her Christine. No disrespect meant. Christine, who is the interim leader, maybe she needs to do some look at it and say, okay, fine. When we start awarding people in the parish again, Donald should be first among the rest.
It takes an individual to actually bring forward that. Sometimes we depend on the politician to see these things, but we within the communities who have the information and knowledge, we are the ones to bring it to their attention. We are the ones to recommend. We are the ones to offer them up for these things. So I'm entasking you with that responsibility.
No.
Donald?
No, don't even try that. That's why I wanted to continue with ignorement in terms of ignoring your call. Shoma, there's a gentleman called Linus Charles. He says good morning to you.
Lena Charles?
Linus, a gentleman, Linus Charles.
Good morning, Mr. Charles.
He's out in Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, that's your Nashville connection?
Yeah,
oh, God, he's singing country and western or what?
It looks like that.
Ooh, you have on your cowboy boots?
Here's a bit of bad news for you. Do you know Lus Howard? Lus Howard.
Howell,
Howard, yeah, Howard?
Howard.
Yeah, he was a footballer? Depo is just saying he passed away yesterday.
Yes. At a very in his 50s too.
Okay.
You know, it's unfortunate.
All
Boy, life is so unpredictable. That's why we have to live every day to the fullest.
So, I heard you had a good program last night, girl.
I had a good program, and I want to say this. Speaking with Oliver, Nimrod Oliver, who is the sitting caretaker for the Northeast St. George, and about to be thrown into the candidacy next Thursday for the seat in his launch in Snook Corner. There was this humble individual. I have known him, Nimrod, to be that way. He's not the one who, like I say, shouting, making noise all over the place. He's a very humble gentleman. But when you look at his life and what he has done, and the fact that at no point in time his eyes, his ears, or his brains were locked off of Grenada. Even during his sojourn in the U.S. Forces as a New York City police officer, rising to the position of lieutenant. When you look all these years, he's been giving back, Andre. It's amazing. You know, this is not somebody who just at the end of his retirement in New York, he said, let me go in Grenada and run for election or whatever. His heart, his soul, his mind, everything, when you listen to him, been about Grenada. His contributions to the hospital. You remember he had an accident here years ago, and he was in a hospital. He was airlifted out of here and so on. And all the beds he would have sent back. He has actually donated, organized for 2 fire engines for Grenada. You look at the football guys who, you just name it. I mean, even extending that sort of benevolence to Dominica when they had their hurricane and so on and so forth. This is a giving guy. This is a guy that sees people and want to reach out to them, and help them. And that is who we have as a candidate. He's educated, he has a master's degree, so you can't say that he would not be able to handle himself at that level as well, because he's well qualified, So you look at somebody who is so well-rounded, and at a time when he could have been sitting in the States, of course, being a lieutenant in the New York Police Department, it means that you will be getting a sizable pension, state, federal, name it, police, etc. And this guy has given up all of that to be here. As he said last night, he's no longer a citizen of the U.S.
No,
he had to give all of that up.
No, he had to give that up.
You know, so for him to give so much, it tells you that the love that he has for his country, that is what has him here today. The love and wanting to see the country move forward in a positive way. And that's the kind of character you want in a representative. That's the kind of person you see, somebody who is not there for self-gratification or to star as a minister or, flex your muscles and say you're the greatest thing after Jesus Christ kind of person, So we are very, very pleased to have such a representative. And I know for a fact that people of Northeast are rallying behind this gentleman.
I'm upset with you, right?
Their business, you're accustomed.
You stole my thunder because I was going to do an interview with him on Wednesday. I guess I wouldn't do it again.
No. It's a gem. You have to speak with that gentleman, my friend. You have to let the people who didn't get the opportunity to listen last night because, like you, they're going and sleep early to talk to him.
I say no.
I don't know since when you're going and sleep early. The guy used to think you used to do Ligaroo duties.
I stopped. I retired, Joa. I retired.
Flying with Ligaroo Airlines.
No, I come on, Joa. You just said that Oliver retired at an early age. I retired at an early age so I could focus on other things.
I'm glad for you. Uncle Carl, you good?
Yeah, man.
No, but Andrew, before I leave, I just want to say this. There's something that I noticed a few nights ago. Sometime back, I think it was in the launch in Dunfermline, when Prime Minister Mitchell said they wake up the lion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my dear little cousin Andre in the Union, Andre I'm talking about.
Monday.
I think his grandmother was a Welsh. That's why I thought it's my family.
Yeah, Mondi.
He wake up a Chihuahua, you know.
What do you mean? Tell me.
Huh?
Well,
man, I hear a little Chihuahua barking in a thing there 2 nights ago. Huh? It was like a Chihuahua to me. You know, when you hear a lion bark, when you hear a lion roar, you wake up the lion.
Yeah.
And right when you wake up this little Chihuahua. If you hear noise, the Chihuahua make. I say, hey, I thought that was, everybody was referring to that as a nice, calm little poodle talking in these nice, little low tones.
That Chihuahua.
I say, wee. Cousin Andre, wake up a Chihuahua. Now, could that Chihuahua come up against a lion, boy?
It's possible.
In what way?
If it wants to die.
Well, the lion open his mouth and that do it with the Chihuahua, The Chihuahua go back and try to bite foot and all kind of thing. Once the lion open his mouth, whoops. That's it, Chihuahua done.
Shema, you ever seen the Ghost of the Darkness?
If I ever seen it?
Seen that movie? The Ghost and the Darkness?
No.
You need to look at that movie and then you'll understand everything about lions.
Yeah.
The Ghost and the Darkness. I think, that's the name of the movie, The Ghost and the Darkness.
Well, I know for a fact, once you hear the lion roar, remember when I wake up at drama, what happened? Okay, Papa,
Shema, goodbye.
Uncle Carl loves you, my dear. And I tell Kami that I also love her as well. She's such a good soul. To make joke with Kami, And I want to tell Ambassador Yolan Smith that I too live in Grenada, and her visits from time to time should include me on her guest list. And I'm very disappointed in not being part of that on her visit. She's still my friend. I know she's listening.
Yeah. So anyway, that movie, Sherma, The Ghost and the Darkness, it was directed by Steve Hopkins and Michael Douglas, I think, is in that movie.
I know, but you see that in my younger days.
That was
actors, Michael Douglas and.
But no, that was a 1996. That was a 1996 film.
Yeah, that old, old. Mm-hmm. I probably see it, but never really. The name not coming back to me. Maybe if I start seeing it again, I might recognize it.
Well, man. Can I say something to you before you leave?
You always go ahead. Since when you want permission, your custom, go ahead.
The lady with the best smile in Grenada, who does not the best smile in Grenada, who does not live in Grenada, says, "Good morning, Sherms. I'm listening."
Is that my family by any chance?
I don't know. Could be. Bye.
Thank you, my darling. Love you as well. Hey.
Take care of yourself, love. Yeah, later.
Keep it together. By the way, we started 2 weeks now. We started, the program that I do is called Elevate.
Yeah.
L-E-V and an 8. So I have announced what the L means, just to let the folks know. The L is for legacy, and we're referring to the legacy of someone. That someone will be revealed at the end of it all. And last night, we revealed what the E stands for. The E is for?
The E is for
election.
Oh, the E is for election.
So you have, now we are elevating you in the true sense, EVELATE, yeah?
Okay.
We're taking it to the next level. So LEVA, 8 stands legacy, election. As we move along, we will tell you what the V stands for and what the number 8 stands for and why it is put together in that way. Have a nice day, y'all.
You to yourself. Take care.
Good.
All right. 22 minutes after 10 o'clock, after the 9 o'clock hour. Good morning. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, yes?
Yes, good day, Brother Andre. Good morning, Brother Carl.
Morning.
Yes, I listened to Ms. Sherman was very, very interested topic. You know, as a matter of fact, I remember Mr. Olivier donated some football boots to needy kids. You know, a very good guy. Yes. What I'm calling about this morning is that I want to give an update to people in St. Andrews Southwest, the Honorable Jonathan Ashford constituency. She has sponsored basketball competition organized by Mr. Senator John Cadet, and the winners were Roadside Ballers. Also again, this Sunday is the finals in the Birch Grove Football League, and Ms. Jolan Vin is the main sponsor of cash prizes and trophies. And also again, she's deeply involved in sport because just last week Saturday, she teamed up with the JFA and organized the grassroots program. And Andrea, I tell you, in China Hill, the new housing scheme, I tell you, and you ever see kids from Sobeys as far as Marquee, Union that come in training, and the minister doing some very good work with the children who come to sports. And I want to tell them my appreciation working with the JFA, and for the JFA coming to Sobeys, donate some stuff. And for the kids, thank you Mr. Chenny Joseph and Mr. Jerry Alexis and Mr. Peter Blair. But congrats again to the Honorable Jonathan Ashford for a strong role she's playing to develop sports in St. Andrews Southwest. Mr. Andrew, thank you very much. And Mr. Carl, have a very good day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good. My love. 442-0175. Those are the digits that you can call. Be a part of the morning's program. Shisha Cat, what's your problem? Good morning to you. Hold on. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I'm Grenville. Always hearing this man on you just talk about this man, Mr. Oliver, what he does do for Grenada. I listen a lot of people saying they want best health care. They sit down in the diaspora, they want best health care, but I don't hear what they're donating for Grenada when they come back. I don't hear nobody. I don't hear they saying that. If you want best health care, you know Grenada cannot afford to give everything what you want. So you sit down out there, what you have to do, help to build best health care. I listen them, all the man, I see a man from Laugh Practically how they saying he do a best health care in Grenada, look he go in America, he's the one that fight for the little child who this guy in America interfere with and all them things and that, but I don't hear what they're saying to better the best health care in Grenada. That's number one. Number two, the rally, the Labor Day rally, what they have to look at, nobody don't looking at that. The Labor Day rally, the leader of the opposition supposed to be in the rally where he is sitting in the chambers meeting with the opposition in Barbados. They love people. Number three, I listen to him saying he making everybody permanent. Okay, if he make everybody permanent, you have to ask him where the money coming out from to pay everybody. Because when you make them permanent, you cannot leave them with the same money they're working for. Because they're looking for permanent, more money, not just permanent and working for the same salary. So everybody has to ask the question, we want to know where the money coming out from when you make me permanent, if I'm going to still working for $800, $900, and I'll be permanent. So question and answer. I'm waiting. Have a blessed day.
You too, take care. 28? Is that it now? Is it 28 or 27? I want to be very precise.
27.
Okay. Just look at the time. Just my knee. My knee.
The same one, the Van Bongs?
Yeah, the same one.
They had to get that checked?
I got to get that checked, but that knee go kill the police. You know? Carl, I brought up an idea this morning. You did not write off on it.
What's that?
We've gotten to the stage, I believe, where we need to be typing more and inputting data to computers at our police stations.
Okay.
So, you're a police officer, you are doing diary, as they call it.
Yeah.
What you take, the information that you take, do you understand? Should not be available to the person who is coming after you, Carl.
Should not be privy to them?
No. It should not be privy to the person who is coming after you.
What's out in a case where you have to cross-reference?
Cross-reference meaning what?
Somebody might come and give some information in your sheaf, and maybe more information ought to be gathered, and then the person from the next sheaf gets it. How do they correlate or cross-reference with the first set of information?
It is not their responsibility to cross-reference. Then their responsibility is to take the information. The information goes to the people who handle the database, and on that, like I give a report now, and if something has to be cross-referenced before, it should be indicated, no, afterwards, sorry, it should be indicated, okay, fine, you made a report, yes, when, and all that information put in.
Yeah, so what is your purpose for giving that advice?
Secrecy.
Well, devil's advocate, parallel argument. You didn't have no junior person in the meeting on the foot, and then the information end up in the print media. You know. Senior people was in that meeting.
Yes, but
so don't beat up on the juniors. You have to start up. They come down.
No. I'm not beating up on the juniors. I'm saying that this should be happening. We've gotten to that level in terms of technology. We've gotten to that level. Save a tree.
The technology part, I agree with you, 100.
But that is on that premise. Technology and secrecy.
But the confidentiality thing is an issue the commissioner has to treat with from up. They come now.
Well,
trickle down.
My knee hurting me, getting rid of the knee. If your knee hurts, the Bible teach you if the one hand, what do they say? What do they say, Carl? You know the book more than me. And
if their right hand offend the cut it out, you better to reach the kingdom with one hand and you lose it with two. However,
Caller, we coming to you. Go on.
In that context, you see, the RGPF authority in a situation where the standard operating procedure, or once one is held accountable, because you have in the police regulation, you have conduct prejudice to good order and discipline of the force. And giving out information to me is conduct prejudice. However, it only applies to persons from the rank of sergeant downwards. So how you treat with gabardine men who have an affinity for giving out information which they don't supposed to? They're convict in the public
service. How do you treat with them?
Yeah.
But the commissioner said half of it. He send the information to the what?
The Public Service Commission.
No, he didn't say that.
The relevant authority.
The relevant authority.
And another instructive issue that came up with the commissioner's brief, fraternizing.
What is that?
Being unduly familiar with persons in different ranks between. And fraternization is something that has to be stamped out from the organization. Because you find a lot of people use that word police is copy work. So a lot of things come and nothing happened, nothing said. And with all the recent allegations made as relates to police officers' conduct, sexual conduct and otherwise, I think he says he he has put in place a committee. I think Nola Lewis is heading the committee. Superintendent Nola, with the person in charge of SVU and one of the staff officers. To me, that unit is one ought to be a serious unit and not a unit just to make people feel something is being done. And you see, what you have happening, the police also come to a thing where they have to have a commission, the police, to deal with this thing. Because you find most times public relations investigate matters. And then because the work is transferable, I investigate you today. And then tomorrow you transfer and me and you working together. How that will be? So the time is here, based on all the allegations, Mr. Commissioner, made against senior officers, made against junior officers and others, in terms of sexual conduct. And you spoke of fraternization, which the ordinance frat on. And something ought to be done. And the information being leaked out is not helping the situation, because you're making your point fingers at persons maybe who are not necessarily the perpetrators. However, I believe that anybody found guilty of doing that ought to be dealt with irrespective of rank. And most times you find those issues are heavily dealt with when it is not persons of serious rank, and that is a fact. Because many allegations over the time are being made. I don't know what the investigative process is, however, all of those things seem to die a natural death after one fortnight. I don't say we should make it something to sensationalize or to make it into a scandal, but if it happened, or if it is happening, something ought to be done. And in my view, fraternization, especially, well, fraternization in any form ought not to be condoned, but especially interrank with senior officers and junior officers. That is something that ought to be stamped out, and decisive decision ought to be taken. Because you want the police force is still one of the bastions of the society. And you don't want to, every time the police force has to deal with an issue, the credibility of the force in general comes into play. And persons who are giving out information, pertinent information as to the workings of the force, once known, ought to be dealt with. And the public ought to know that the police, the RGPF, has dealt with situations when it seems like the police force know is a paramilitary organization, and the police force know justice must not only be done, but persons have to recognize that justice is being done. We cannot only say, okay, the matter is investigated and we send it to the relevant authority. That is not enough to inspire confidence in we the citizenry.
No.
We ought to know.
It's not.
We ought to know. If the person is exonerated based on evidence, let us know. So we won't carry out the notion and saying the person do that when investigation provided. But if they found wanting, we have to know. Examples ought to be made as a deterrent for other police officers wanting to do it.
Because the mere fact that the information was sent to the relevant authorities, Carl, I am assuming here that something is wrong or something was done wrong, correct?
Yeah. So my thing is the RGPF, no, and I go see that here. My experience in the RGPF in Ivan, the couple days that there was a breakdown with the RGPF, we see all the nonsense what happen. So we know there's a place and a need for the RGPF. It's not about opinion here. The RGPF is a serious institution, and even so, for the Constitution create the RGPF. It's a creature of statute. Now, we know we live in an imperfect world, and we know persons among the society get enlisted in the RGPF. We know certain processes are carried out in terms of vetting and so on. But those processes would not be 100% sure. So programs, internal vetting, if you want to call it counterintelligence and others, ought to be done. But when you see senior officers within the organization, from time to time, allegations are being made about senior officers. One, in terms of information. Two, in terms of their way of doing things. Three, in terms of fraternization and so on. The force has to put things in place. Zero tolerance on those things. The commissioner spoke zero tolerance on pre-dia larceny. You have to have zero tolerance on fraternization and sexual things. But you give, so when you do that, you give the public the credence in the RGPF to walk along with the RGPF. Because too often you find persons saying, but I don't want to give XYZ information because tomorrow the same information coming back and everybody knows it's me. And in cases, there are cases, whether we like it or not, when the person could point and say, John Brown, tell Jimmy, XYZ, and the commissioner has to nip it in the bud. And when senior officers, both by rank and age in the service, is attached to those allegations, it ought to be taken seriously and dealt with and not sweep under the rug. What would happen, and why I recommend, one, either you exonerate who the allegation is made about and say, well, the investigation is carried out and we find nothing to prove that that is the person. And two, if the person is found wanting, don't sweep it under the carpet. Because you find, once the person is found wanting or the incident occurs, you find everybody is being washed with the same water, and that is unfair. So when allegation is being made about senior officers on the western, senior male officers in Gabardine on the western side, and you have poor little Bascom and Nelson as the two senior male officers on the western corridor, persons now watching Bascom and Nelson in that way. So you ought to either exonerate or deal with or treat with, so not to put Bascom and Nelson under undue pressure and allegation and suspicion. So if you know what is being done, a department ought to be set up, even though you feel, and my thing is about police investigating police, you have a lot of variations and variables. And man is of such, black hen chicken is of such, we have things. So I'm working in that department as a police and I investigate you. The work is transferable. You transfer, I transfer, we end up working together. Based on the outcome of my investigation, you might feel aggrieved by the outcome. That in itself is a recipe not for a good thing. Then again, you have to look about it involving civilians in police affairs again. Sometimes you're trying to run away from the confidentiality of police, and you might just run into the same trap with the confidentiality issues with civilians. So it's something that ought to be done, but not as a knee-jerk reaction. Something that planning has to go to in setting up. Because at the end of the day, you want the integrity of the RGPF to be of a certain level so persons still continue to trust the organization. And when the organization speak, person would believe and not making innuendos and so forth, and give persons reason, as when the issue happening in Guav, not the recent one, the one before, with the blocking of the road and thing. The credibility of the RGPF was dealt a serious blow. And the RGPF has to treat with and deal with that. And not become an organization of appeasement, but an organization of justice. Because when you want to try to appease one section of the thing, And one part of the island, it seems like the law different for particular behavior to other parts of the island. There lies the crux of disaster.
Got caller. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you
Good
doing?
morning, good morning, good Friday morning, good morning.
Brenda.
Good morning to you, Andrew Mcdonough. Good morning to you, Mr. Keaton.
Morning, how you doing?
I'm very well, you know. How are you guys doing?
We there.
Yeah. Andrew, good morning. You had me smiling this morning. You know why?
Oh yes, it was my intention not just for you to smile, for you to smile for the entire day. That's what it was meant to be. Don't worry, we'll have our conversation.
These days, you know, I like to laugh and I be smiling a lot, and I prefer to smile than to frown.
Happy belated birthday to your mom.
Yeah, her birthday was on Tuesday. Thank you.
So you see, you realize I'm following you, yeah? So
I realize. A lot of them must be following it.
And they
just be
saying
screenshotting and sharing too.
Oh.
Hey,
Brenda, I have a bit of information for you.
What's on?
But I can only give you in code.
Oh, I'm very good at codes, you know.
In code, I'm going to give you the code, and if you can decipher it, then go ahead. You ask a question in relation to a post made by, what's his name, Bananas. All right. The answer to that question has to do with chickens.
Yeah, no, I know the story.
Yeah.
Actually, I know the story long before fingers were pointed in a certain publication that probably know the story too, but they just want to be mischievous.
Yes.
Yeah, because what it is in Grenada, and you guys were just touching on it, and I'll come to that because that's actually why I'm calling. We really have serious issues with confidentiality. Where I work, HR is part of what I do as well. And our people are just too chatty. We like to share. It's something in our DNA. We love hard. We play hard. We must share. We have our breadfruit. We had to split it in 4. Yeah? And we like to share. And sometimes we take that too far. Because in sharing, you have to be mindful of the person you're placing information with. How you have to manage. You are not responsible for how they would react or respond. So what you always have to do is guard yourself. And people just like to share and overshare. I mean, that was a financial transaction. There are people in Grenada, they're very good at going into the Supreme Court registry and minding all people's business. Because certain things you file regarding loans and all of that is public. When I was in the media and I touched certain topics, I found that out. I would go for research, but, you know, just to see certain things that people would call in and say whether they were true, and I would take the information elsewhere to get education or additional information so that I can, you know, host these programs with some sort of you know,
authority.
Yeah, you know, because a lot of people on these stations these days handling some big topics, they're clueless. They're not reading, they're not listening, they're not doing anything. It's just a whole set of run with it. So yes, that information has been out there for a while. I'll tell you what though, what I have never been able to verify with alacrity, as my former grammar teacher would say, is whether or not the loan was unsecured. That just seems to be a lot of chatter. But that is something that would have to come, you know. But anyway, it's a sad situation. It's a person that I am aware of the development in terms of their personal life. You know, we once were members of the Rotaract Club together, and it's a person with a lot of ambition, and really that was their dream. And you know, things have happened. People would say it's business, but I, Brenda Batiste, would say this: like politics, business have a morality of its own, and some people may refer to it as unethical, right? But I would just say that, like politics, business tends to have a morality of its own. But anyway, so much for that. Listen, I got another installment of Mr. Francis Spear this week.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I called in. He was on fire. I love that guy.
You love him, okay.
I love that guy. You know, they tell me I like eccentric people, you know. A friend of mine yesterday tell me, Brenda, what kind of girl you? You're strange, you know. You're like, how you could like people like Chester and Ambrose and Andre Donald and Troy Garvey. I said, what happened to them? And it's when he was on the radio, he always hugging up Rolo. I said, what happened to them? Oh, they did that. I said, you guys don't know them. I see the sides you don't see.
Brenda, somebody just spelled your name and you need to adopt, you need to go and do a deed poll and change your name spelling to that.
What's that?
Brenada.
Brenda, there are a lot of people that spell it so.
You need to adopt that. All you need to do is change the B to a G and Grenada. You are a true national girl.
A lot of people that spell it so. Yeah, so they tell me I like a lot of eccentric people. So Mr. Pierre, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Right, so there's this gifts in eccentricity. I wonder if they know that.
Maybe they don't.
So, yeah. Another thing I want to touch on is Nimrod Oliver.
Oh, that guy.
Yes. In the interest of full disclosure, I was a member of in the first Spice Mass Corporation. And, you know, in that year, we had trying to make some changes to Carnival and innovations, and so we ran into a tiff, if you will, with the promoters of White in the Moonlight, Mr. Oliver being the main person there.
Mm-hmm.
And from that interaction, my eyes were open to a lot of people who were in politics and business in Grenada. And I'm not a person I'm not a person to talk a lot of things. So I hold positions and things I don't share. So a lot of people that feel they're smart and they could get away with a lot of things. But it's just a lot of us don't talk.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of people like to talk. Because if we go to talk, all of us won't survive on this rock. Yeah? Right. So I got a wind of certain people and their behaviors and whatever in the back end. And so I'm not referring to Mr. Nimrod here. But let me get back to Mr. Nimrod now. That interaction with his organization, his lawyers, and so on. His lawyer was Dickon Mitchell at the time too. I must say Dickon was, we had good interaction and all of that, but it's just that he was representing Mr. Oliver, sorry. And I left Carnival and all of that with a different impression of this gentleman because of that sort of interaction. But last night, I went to Facebook for something and I ran into Sherman Michi and I saw him there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, let me listen. And you know, sometimes that's all we need to do. Just listen. Yeah? Listen. And listen actively. And listen without prejudice. So I did that. And at the end of it, I must say, I came away with a very different impression of who this human being is.
Okay.
Yeah. Because going into it, because of the interactions from the White and the Moonlight Spice Mass Corporation debacle, I really did not have, in my mind, I did not have a favorable,
Yeah.
Because yes, he was fighting, but I think he's a very passionate guy. And just looking at him last night, I saw that. And I understood why he fought so hard and maybe why he got to the point where he probably made comments in anger or in jest that, some of it were personal against, some of us in the group and all of that. And so, of course, we're human beings first, huh?
Yeah.
So, you feel a certain way. And so, I really took the time and I listened to him last night, and I listened to him in the context of what he's trying to do. But in the interview, a lot of who he is as an individual really came out, and that impressed me. That really impressed me. So I would just like to say that I think the people of the Northeast is fortunate that they have someone like that who wants to represent them. The man says he's knocking on every door. He's 90% completed. He don't care what sign you have up, NNP go away, whatever, he coming in. So it shows persistency. It shows that I care. I want people to hear my message regardless of who they are. One of the things I had heard prior and I was not aware of is how deeply rooted he is in the constituency because of prior things he did with donations and the links he formed and so on. And so this augurs really, really well. So he is not a fly-by-night.
Definitely
also,
not.
from listening to him, the training that this gentleman received at the NYPD in terms of managing human beings, that is a strength as he takes on this role here as a politician. Because what he can do is read people well. And when you can do that, you know how to strategize. You know where to go. You know where not to go. So there is a lot in this gentleman that people may underestimate or not even know because he has spent so much time out of Grenada. You see? And we have a way we like to disrespect the way he come out, who he was. Also, he was a police in the States, that kind of foolishness. No, a police in the States means a lot. A lot. And he went up the ranks. So the type of training that gentleman has received in terms of how you handle people, you handle situations, you handle projects, how you diffuse, how you ramp up, how you soften. He knows these things. So this will only be healthy for him as he moves forward. And then there's no question about his love for Grenada. And he seems to be a person who, he has a lot of friends, he's very passionate, so he loves people. So that works. So I just had to say this morning that my impression of this gentleman has changed. And I had to put into context, I had to go back to say, okay, maybe that's why he behaved that way, because I can see he's passionate here. You know, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
I had to rationalize.
I see you ramping him up for Minister of National Security. Brent, did I hear that?
No, I'm not doing that.
I'm just trying to find out.
That should always stay in the hands of the Prime Minister.
Sherma says good morning.
Yeah, morning. That should always stay in the hands. National security should always stay in the hands of the Prime Minister. And thank you, because now I segue into that. The RGPF.
Yeah.
Now, I think I said that a while ago. Before we are anything else, Andrea and Mr. Caton, we are first human beings. As cliche as this may sound, it is not cliche. What we bring to bear on any position, any situation, is who we are. How we were raised, how we were cultured, our convictions, our experiences, and the like. What we are taught in school and in university and elsewhere is how we manage and rise above that. How we separate the issues. But it always comes back to who we are as people.
Correct.
You see? Our visceral emotions, our reactions, our prejudices, our likes, dislikes, etc. It's the same for the RGPF. They're first humans. But their training is supposed to take care of their human side in certain situations. Mind you, their human side is needed in a lot of situations. And that's why, Mr. Keaton, I would disagree with you, because the first time I'm disagreeing with you about the Guelph situation, what those officers did there was brilliant. They diffused the escalation of violence. I watched that thing. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rising. I saw everybody how they were getting. And those officers, what they did on that Guelph Bridge on that morning was diffuse the escalation of what was about to become a very violent and riotous situation.
I don't
that
agree
is what
with you,
a lot of the people wanted.
I don't
they
agree
did not,
with you.
They did not appease them. That is what I saw. But we don't have to agree.
Yeah.
Let's move on. From the time Edwin Martin, and so let's go to the culture of the RGPF. In anywhere you go, in Real FM, there's a culture, I'm sure. Andre is a laid-back person, but Andre is also firm. Andre allows his team to be who they are. He don't pressure them. Just deliver the work, do what you need to do, make sure my advertisers get their play, make sure the board is clean, make sure the station clean, but we cool and we easy. Right? Everybody know what they could do and not do with Mr. Donald. Everybody probably know the other nuances of the staff in there. You know, there's a culture that, as in your home, there's a culture that's developed in the organization. We could cook oil on Friday. Some people don't want no oil. I can't bring my smoker in and no microwave.
That kind of thing, yes.
People know what, right. And so the same is the RGPF. The fraternizing in the RGPF is a cultural thing. Since King Hatchet was a hammer, policemen and women have been fraternizing. They spend a lot of time together. They're human beings. They're attracted to each other. It happens. The fraternizing has to be managed because we're getting to a stage now where we live in an age where it can compromise a lot of things, including their job. There's rules about fraternizing in the staff orders. It has to be reinforced, you know. But for us to act as if fraternizing is a new thing, it ain't new. Let us be real and let us take into consideration what exists. All those things just have to be reinforced, right? So if people know me and Andre in the force and Andre in SSU and I up in headquarters and we know we like one another and thing, on work we don't know each other, right? We do whatever we need to do. Just do these things. People just need to be adults, and we have to be real about it. Because you cannot tell them, you know. The sexual harassment thing is another thing. When I was in the media, I became aware of situations where, you know, there was a person that even came to me. So I'm not going to play Dumbo about that one either, right? It occurs, right? But I am aware that the situation I became aware of was dealt with. Right? Long after, one day, I just happened to be looking on Facebook, and I saw the person who was accused got in trouble outside of the force for similar thing. Right? So it was habitual. You see?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, good. Now, since Edwin Martin became the Commissioner of Police, I believe that there has been overtly, covertly, a group of individuals within the ranks of the RGPF to destabilize him. What Edwin Martin has brought to the RGPF is a first world form of policing, and that's because of his education and training given by the same RGPF. Yeah? What he has brought to the RGPF, not to take any away from the other commissioners, because remember before I said people bring themselves, huh? Mr. Bedo had a personality that, you know, is very informal, but when came to work, he was a serious guy, you know? So they all bring themselves in. But Edwin has brought something that is first world in terms of policing. He's a thinker, right? He knows psychology. He could probably be qualified as one. He's a criminologist, all of that. There are many of the officers in the RGPF now. It's not like when we were little children in Andre, when the inspector down the road couldn't read the paragraph.
Correct.
Right? Now we have the constables with their masters and their whatever from SGU. It's a different organization, but yet there is a culture that pervades. So as academic excellence is achieved, you see, the culture now is still there. And there are people who have been there for so long, because remember we were promoting based on how long you're there. We were promoting based on how long you serve, on seniority. I think it's only recently we start promoting based on performance. Because if I spend 20 years in the RGPF and I still can't sort out why I'm entering in the diary, I should not be an inspector. I should not be a sergeant. You hear me? I should not. So we are getting to the point where this organization, like everything in this century, it is shifting. The culture no longer suits where it needs to go. And so there are people who have gotten together and figure, he's silly bright, he's silly this, he's silly that. Because that is remember I said we're first humans, it's the jealousy. It's a little pettiness. It's the insecurity. Right? I don't like his approach. Tell him about it. When you sit down with him, tell him in the face. Write to him. Do what you need to do. Right? And then they probably find they're not getting the airs or where they used to run and bring news. Because nobody have time for that. No time for us to work. We're developing a different Grenada. And so the officers need to rise. He too has to be careful about who you trust and not trust. And that's a hard thing in this place, Andre. People not easy.
It's not too hard in the hierarchy of the police. It's very easy to know who not to trust.
But sometimes you have to give us rope to hang ourselves. You hear me?
Shoot
because
them.
At the end of the day, I want to look you in the eye and say, I've given you all the chances I needed to give you. And I want to point you to all the situations in which you let me down. You see? So maybe that's what he's doing at his peril. But I'll tell you what, the Grenadians love him. They respect him. If they do a poll now, everybody, most 90% of Grenada would still want him as their commissioner. Because we like what we see. We like how we feel. But it seems like if there are some people who cannot lift, but there are some people who they want to lift, but not with him. So in your effort to destabilize him, what you are doing is destabilizing yourself. Because every member of the RGPF is a member of the RGPF family. Now when you talk about any police, you talk about all police. That's how they should feel. So we all have to forget how we feel, how we look at feelings and we little ego, and rise and build the organization. This morning I heard you, as I was holding for you, I heard you talk about Mr. Caton was saying to you, why are you pointing the fingers at the junior officers in terms of the situation with the diary? Mm-hmm. And he was saying that the meetings are the seniors. I agree with Mr. Caton, and I agree with you too. I'll tell you what, and working in the media, I found this out. You see, this pillow talk business, Andre, is a real danger. Men and women in relationship, in intimate partner relationships, bringing home information from work that they should keep to themselves, that is a weapon. You see? So, and in the force, remember the police figure, we all are the same, we in ranks. So there are people that figure, okay, yeah, I'm part of I'm a deputy commissioner, but here when I was coming through, the cook down in the canteen, and she was always good. When I had money, she gave me food. So they gone, them and the cook real good over the years, them and the cook tight. Gone down by the cook with what they discussed up at the headquarters. The cook not at the level to decipher and this kind of information. You protect the cook, you don't give her that information. You don't want her to go and tell she husband and she friend and she children and other people, hey, you don't hear what so-and-so, you don't hear what Brenda say, you don't hear what Andre say. You understand? This needs to stop. It needs to stop. You really need they really need to hone in. And at this point, maybe the RGPF needs to get the Attorney General to structure confidentiality agreements for everyone at the various levels. From constable, go all the way up. You make it stiffer as you go along. In the case of the DCPs and so, these folks should have to swear an oath and sign something by the Governor General. So
Brenda, a lot of these things are in place, and
so enforce it. Enforce it, Andre.
Then what you need to do or what we need to do is to speak to our commissioner and say, boss, you need to get, you need, and this is not being said in a bad way. You need to not be the nice boy that everybody likes. You need to do so and put down your foot. Because some of the people, hold on.
By the way, Edwin doesn't care about who likes him, eh?
Well, right, but he needs to do so.
Individual.
He needs to do so and
put his foot down.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm with you. Too much is happening.
In another situation here, and I'm going to say this to you. You may be surprised that one of the biggest culprits, throughout the pandemic, is a member of the hierarchy.
Yeah. I've heard.
You know, and that is what it is. So we have to.
Human.
We have to. No, Brenda.
Yeah.
No.
No. I'm saying human behavior.
Yeah, but we have to.
It's compromising the force. It has to be dealt with.
Our commissioner has to. He has the backing. He has the backing of a core of people at the top. He has the backing. He has their support.
That's why they diminish him yet.
Right. He needs to put down his foot, and
not only that,
he needs to cut some.
He has the backing of the country. Grenadians respect
right.
that
So then,
man.
if you do.
Yes.
If you do have the backing, then do what you were put
I am
there
telling
to do.
you, there was
Clean
something
house.
that was going to happen today.
Mm-hmm.
There was something that was going to happen today. That press conference he did yesterday and how he addressed matters, it has totally diffused it. Totally. If them want to play stupid and come out now, they go get what they're looking for. But that press conference he held yesterday has totally diffused it. We have to have IQ. Not only bright, they talk about bright people, we have to have both IQ and EQ. Emotional intelligence.
Yeah,
you have to. And policing is about that. And you have to be on the ground. And the one of the things about that's really good now about the RGPF is how they are using their cyber units to garner information and to understand things. And to speak to your point, Andre, I mean, it might sound like spying, but it's for their protection. Probably they have to get that way with their own internal structure. Because these things appearing in that rag tail that we call a newspaper, hello?
But no, it's only one person doing that, Brenda. That ain't hard to do, you know. Just take out my knee, you know. All you do is take out my knee.
I don't know that it's one.
It's only one person. Take out my knee and all the problems stop.
I don't think so.
Intelligence.
Maybe a widespread. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Caton. Exactly.
Yeah, but Brenda, you touch on a lot of issues and some of which I agree with you and some of which I have a parallel view on.
Mm-hmm.
Fraternization has been something going on in the RGPF for a very, very long time.
People have gotten married out of it.
Yes.
Now listen, you made a salient point by speaking of the culture. The culture of the RGPF is simply policing is copy work. So everything is being copied. But to properly deal with fraternization, that is why I was indicating of some civilian interaction.
Yeah.
Because most of the allegations is being made against the top.
Yeah.
So the top would not deal with the top. Based on the setup of the organization, based on the rank I am, if I receive information of fraternization, quote unquote, we call it, we coin it nice now, so we call it harassment. If the harassment comes in against somebody above my rank, I can deal with it.
Yeah.
So most time, what do? So they has to have, you see, you have to give, as you say, the general populace likes the present commissioner. But you also have to give them hope. You also have to let them know when a decision is made or something happen, they have to trust.
Yeah, because he is the lead. And that's why the culture of the organization and the type of people you have in charge leading with you, you have to be singing from the same hymn sheet. And as it relates, and so if you have men at your top with you who are not with you, they do not need to be with you, because nothing will change. They will exert their best efforts. While you are trusting and open, they are overtly doing things to destabilize you.
Let me tell you something.
Information such as going and lie down with their girlfriend and showing them the text you send to them about high security matters, such as things like that. They will do it. They will do it. It doesn't matter whether you are prime minister or security guard. You are human, so you have to deal with human behavior. So when they sit there and think, oh, Lord, they're so high up in the rank, what I would do, it's a human being. It's no longer a rank.
Brenda,
it's bad behavior. Deal with it.
Let me give you a practical example. I was a member of the RGPF, and I was in charge of a particular station, and an issue of that arose, and I pull in the person to counsel them, and out of my amazement, he said to me, "By the small fish just learn to swim after the big fishing."
Wow, yeah.
The man put me on the back foot there, Brenda.
Yeah.
I had to tell him, let me reconvene the discussion because I had to pull myself together because I didn't want to come across as being arrogant.
Yes.
So sometimes, yes, it is not good to do, but when one recognize or believe the person, the leaders are doing a particular thing. That's why I'm indicating here, Brenda, is nothing against the RGPF or the abilities or the persons within the RGPF, because I still just consider myself a lot of times still part of the thing.
No, it's poor human behavior.
But I just want, you see, I just want the RGPF to get away from this scourge or this belief, because a lot of times, a lot of them is allegations, sometimes unsubstantiated to it.
Correct.
So not every time the print media speaks is the reality.
Yeah, but what is concerning though? You see, people can always say things and people can always make allegations. But if you have a consistent battering for like 3 weeks in a row of information, I mean, today somebody just messaged me here telling me RGPF front page again, even after the press conference yesterday. So it seems like after the press conference yesterday, that's why I tell you it's a deliberate thing. I believe it's a deliberate thing to destabilize Commissioner Martin.
Because listen, brother, let me tell you something.
Here we are again this morning.
Let me tell you something, and it is deliberate, and I will tell you why.
Yes.
The commissioner spoke yesterday because a question was asked of the commissioners to Mr. Francois with leave. And he explained, presently there are certain vacancies within the ACP setup.
Yeah.
Because he's supposed to have 3 ACP, but he have 1 now, and based on the fact that he's in charge of promotion, so he's basically promotion driven.
Right.
So certainly campaigns is being waged, but it is being done in double standard, because if you're campaigning for a particular individual to be in a particular thing, don't smudge the whole thing.
Yes.
Don't try to burn a church to roast one council, because you will get your council roast, but you don't have a church. And that is the crux of my disappointment in those things and them. Because if you have to protest, yes, I agree you have to protest, but don't double standard this thing.
Yes.
And policing still remain a science, Brenda.
Of course.
I agree and admit one has to develop himself, and I always just say to my friends in the RGPF, based on the rank they at present, they'll say, hey bro, you know you have to do something to yourself, because when the time comes, based on your age and everything, you could end up in a situation, so you should prepare yourself to be ready. However, we cannot move away from the science of policing.
Correct.
And it has to be a comprehensive something. That is why I always believe the RGPF should set up a research and development unit. Because you have new trends.
That's it.
In crime and all, so you have to be up to date with it.
That's it.
But also, you have to have your foundation, your fundamentals.
Correct.
Your standard operating procedure. So the rules of the diary.
You need to go back and be a consultant.
Yes.
And then when you need a hatchet man, you will bring down we friend Andrew down.
Yeah. The rules of engagement as relates to the diary and taking information. One ought to understand when someone or somebody calls to the station to make a report, you have to understand based on what the person say, what is the crime there.
Yeah.
If there's not a crime, you need to let them know it's not a crime, because you don't have the elements to prove X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
So
and I think sometimes that is what, when you call in, based on their questioning and so on, you know, because I remember I called in about a noisy neighbor one time, and then the police officer, she was really, really good, and she was singing. She said, okay, your voice, she even said, okay, your voice has gotten lower, it's gotten calmer. She's like, where the dog outside was barking. She's like, where is that dog barking? You know?
Yeah, and believe it or not, so the whole training aspect of the whole thing ought to be thing.
Yeah.
And don't take things for granted. An assessment, and I'll tell you something. The management of persons, your files and so on, ought to be in a manner consistent to good management.
Yes.
So now, when one varies from what is expected, you have to have persons in position to rein that person or persons in. And write on the files, but too often nothing happened, nothing said.
No.
So then you hear
if you have,
so then
even
you and
if
even
you just
with,
had a verbal, you put it on the file.
yes, and even in the realm of senior officers and information. Recent time there was some information when the RGPF received some vehicles, gift and so on. And some person of a lower rank who getting beat up a lot on the newspaper now was brave enough to say XYZ police station will not get a new vehicle because XYZ say that. It panned out XYZ station never get a new vehicle.
Jesus.
So you know someone saying from, and when this thing is known, and in my view it is not dealt with, and dealing with a situation like that ought not to be only punishment.
No.
And it ought not to only seem like you're transferring people, because if it is a problem, you don't transfer the problem, you treat with.
No, you have to. A lot of coaching.
And that is some
training.
things that is comfort. So that was in terms of investigation, I would like to see an independent body most times in investigation when it comes to police matters, because at the end of the investigation, you want the public to believe the best thing has been done.
Correct.
You don't want to say, because I always say, being a police officer or being affiliated to the police, you have some crimes, I don't want to be no crimes, but you have some crimes I don't want to be linked with at all, because being successful or what, they always will come with the stigma because he and the police administration or because he's a friend. So you don't want the outcome of an investigation to be, all of them is policeman, they let him go. Sometimes the man evidence exonerate the person.
Yes.
But he always has that stigma. Look how I do that. For instance, sexual harassment. He harass this person and he get away because he's a police. But you don't want to always have that with you. So that person...
And it's simple things, like Andre mentioned earlier, that when Commissioner Martin gave when he was asked about the situation in St. Mark, I think Mikey was the one who asked the question.
Yes.
And he responded, he said that the matter, they investigated, collected all the information they need to collect, and the matter has no rest with the authority to deal with it. No, Andre is correct. Tell us who the authority is.
Definitely.
Yeah, that is part of the transparency. That is part of the openness. That is part of the trusting. That is a part of demystifying your organization.
That is where,
right?
Like in
Because
Jamaica, you have this body
in
Jamaica, you have this body in the Commons one.
Yep.
So you know, you won't say like police is a police, or because he's a police, or you know. And you see, the management of persons and the file, Brenda, goes both ways, you know. Either when you decide to take action against a person, you could pull the file and say you have not been performing with distinction for a very, very long time. Or when promotion time comes, which is something in the RGPF, promotion is one of the biggest challenges within the RGPF.
You know why? Because I believe lacking in there, I shouldn't say you know why, because I don't know why. I'm working out in my head why I think. In terms of, you would know because you were a member of the RGPF, how do they deal with appraisals of staff, of the men? How often are conversations held about job performance?
No, I'll give you one example. Appraisals is being done every year. However, you set people objectives And they could have short-term, medium-term, and long-term objectives.
Right. So how often are those discussions being held?
No. Some people might do it irregular, but it is not standard operating procedure that everybody do it. So what happens here? I was in charge of a particular police station, and some persons under me did appraisal, and he had a constable what he sought out say. So the appraiser wanted to write something on him, and he came to me and told me, no, this appraiser can't write that on because he never tell me nothing for the whole year. So to me, I was doing good.
Exactly.
And there lies the crux of the issue. So, and that takes into consideration promotion also. Because when you manage one file and everything proper, when this thing come, you could write without fear, favor, malice, or ill will. And you see, the promotion policies are important policy, you know. You made a thing about seniority, but irrespective of how lettered you are, educationally, academia, you see, seniority counts. Because
I'm not saying it doesn't count.
I'm not saying
it shouldn't be the only thing.
No. It shouldn't be the only thing. However, the policy of promotion must be clear to all.
Correct.
It must not be that this person know and I don't know.
No, there have to be standards. It can't be subjective.
And there lies the crux of the issue all other times, because there was the ordinance, what is thing you have to be in the field and the zone and so on. And then there's something you call the prerogative of the commissioner to promote persons within the rank of constable to sergeants. But the prerogative has to base on merit and not just the prerogative. So if the commissioner is on contract and his driver, when he's ready to go, he just promote him, there lies the crux of issues. And you trying to make those things that is contentious, that could be demoralizing for the organization.
Things like appraisals must have standards.
You must make it, and you have to train NCOs in how best to conduct their appraisals.
Correct.
And so, like, I'll give you an example. Giving a person, when you appraise somebody and you see what you expect of them, it ought not to be something you could charge them disciplinary for. Their personal development should be something, when they develop, it develop the unit there at the same time I develop the force by thing.
But it is also your responsibility for them so they can grow under you. You know that you are responsible. You can't take credit for motivating them to want to come better, wanting to strive for more.
That is why you have to...
Because the ultimate goal is to develop the unit and ultimately the force.
Because once you develop the capacity of your unit, like, you know, all right, and it comes back down to quality again. There are certain duties within the RGPF which person consider to be privileged, like they call it, I get a poke. So, they don't want to lose the poke. So the information...
16th century,
no, that happens still. So they would never try to give the information to another person.
The culture needs to change.
That will tell you about the culture and copy up.
Yeah.
So a lot of things has to be dealt with internally. That is why when I speak of research and development, I'm not trying to play bright. But
you have analyzed it well.
That is exactly where I'm heading, because if you develop the capacity of everybody within the unit, like I used to say persons, when I'm in a particular station, I say if everybody could do everything, it will become easier for everybody. Because when a man sick or he go on holiday or he transfer, it will affect the unit because somebody else could fit in.
Yes.
But a lot of people don't see that. And that there comes the thing with promotion, because I feel if I'm at a certain rank, I don't promote you to come and meet my rank. But to me, I never see that way. I see the better for the organization.
You have to bring everyone along.
That is why promotion, which is something contentious, ought to be clear.
Wow. Well,
let's
hope this can be a turning point, huh? Because no police officer, none, neither the Minister of National Security should be feeling good that every week that these stories are appearing, and this is for a reason. There's so much behind this thing.
Before you go again, Brenda, one of the things that happen, the RGPF use a lot of resources and send persons to train in various fields. And when on the return they don't make use of those persons and the training they receive.
Or the government, as a matter of fact.
Well, the government,
public service.
Yeah. I believe when you come out on this level of training, you ought to come and pass it on to the organization.
Imagine you get a government scholarship, right? You go to one of the best dance schools, right? You qualify at your highest. You come back to Grenada. Instead of placing you in the Ministry of Culture so you could develop programs and teach children in communities and schools to dance, you put me in a school as a PE teacher. Hello?
Yeah, because
anyway,
you see...
don't get me started there.
You see, and the same thing happens. There are instances when you would find somebody from Coast Guard goes away on a course for 6 months, 1 year, return and is transferred to do regular duties. And there lies the research and development department would treat with and deal with that. So
Sounds like you need stronger HR as well.
Definitely, and you need persons, even if it's persons from the civilian ilk, to boost what you have presently.
Yeah, they can even bring in an independent HR firm to handle some matters. Yeah, so you remove that familiarity and dispassionate and make things dispassionate. Yeah,
and that in itself, the general public would accept. Organization.
Yes, just the perception that it is fair, that it is above board. Just the perception, it helps. It helps. But I really don't like what I'm seeing. It breaks my heart.
But something has to be done. We cannot continue as business as usual.
Immediately. Immediacy. It is not something, and I think as Andre keep alluding to, I think they are aware of who the leakers, who the bus pipes are, and who take on plumbing on a real serious level, who gone deep in the green lally drain of garbage.
Yep.
I think they know who those engineers are. And so I think it's time to have a heart-to-heart and a face-to-face with some people.
But one thing I was happy about, Brenda, with the response of the commissioner, although I think he should go further and say where the report go, but based on standard operating procedure, more reports of those nature ought to go in those places. So when you want to build a case for or against any individual, those reports would speak.
I think so. Remember, part of it, I think it is happening. It's just that's why I tell you, the communication arm of the RGPF needs to become more robust. You see? Especially to counteract what is going on now with this newspaper thing. You can't just sit on this thing and figure you don't have to respond, or you only wait till you have a press conference to have journalists ask you things. By the way, that a lot of them.
But Brenda, what is instructive to note with this information and the newspaper and the timing of those information? When you have senior persons on holidays, you have less of that information within the newspaper. And as they return on duty, every week happening, it tells a story.
As Andre said, they know who the people, the whole plumbing and engineering department, they know who they are.
But does they have the appetite so to treat with?
Listen, right now, it is in a critical condition. Right now we're on code red.
Let me just say this, Brenda. You said a short while ago that I can be a hatchet man. That all they have to do is anyway, my knee hurting me. A van bungs my knee yesterday.
But Brenda, in all honesty, the commissioner and the recent appointment of Mr. Pierre speaks good for the organization.
So you see, but the thing about it is, what we have had is a lot of talented and good people coming up, the cream coming up. But remember, under the cream, we still have the coffee to deal with.
Yes,
the coffee is what we consume. So we have to deal with the coffee. We have to deal with what's under the cream, and we have to bring it up. Everybody have to lift, And so that's why I mentioned, the culture that things need to change. There needs to be more coaching, more engagement because of what the RGPF is to the public. I mean, we have a vested interest in the RGPF. We police too, Remember,
Yes.
it's just about 700 of them,
Yeah.
right? Because of our work and their interactions with us, we get to solve a lot of these cases. By and large, we like our police officers. I find we're starting to disrespect them. So maybe some of us don't like them, but we have to respect them. Because at the end of the day, I always say, these people have families, they have wives, they have mothers, they have people to go home to. When they show up on any particular day, we don't know what they're dealing with. And based on all the conversations we're having now, if their HR and welfare departments and so are not so robust to identify what their human issues are, it would impede on their professional performance. And so the human capacity building, that's critical. That it's not just about going to SGU and going wherever. It is how we treat with one to another. Hey, what happened, Brenda? You always show up looking so tidy. Wait, what happened? What happened to your shirt? What happened to your pants? All these signs. Why you didn't go? What happened to your baba on vacation? What's going on? That kind of thing. You're early for every shift. The last 2 weeks you ain't come in. All of a sudden you were so mild mannered. All of a sudden you want to course everybody. What's going on? You see? We have to take care of our. It's not the guns and the fire truck and the bikes and things that walk in. It's humans. Humans are the drivers. Humans are the drivers of the process. So we have to take care of the humans. People don't have a problem with people like us. They find we always this softness. You have to take care of people. If you do not take care of people, you will not get the results you want.
So finally, Brenda, it was very, very nice having that discussion. And one thing before you go on to see the numbers factor I'll give you.
Who sponsored this segment here? They have a sponsor in this segment here. I find I was on long.
I find you want pay now.
No, darling. Anything for you. Remember, I love my St. Patrick's people. This comes to them as a public service.
All right, but let me, Carl, I just want to ask Brenda to comment on something quickly before she goes along. Is that okay?
Now?
Okay, Brenda, I'm looking at this and it really stuns me. Active cases 620.
Yeah. Yes, and it will continue to rise. By next week, this time we will be close to, I'm sure, 1,500 or 2,000. We have to be. Let me tell you something. We are at the stage of the pandemic where legislation by state and state agencies, that's over. We, the individuals, we are the people that are putting on events. We have to have testing go on. We're the people going to those events. We have to, take care of ourselves. I think everybody is so in this kind of euphoric state of freedom that they are forgetting. Mind you, I'm not perfect, Mm-hmm. I went to Vaughan show the other day, and if you see me, Andrea, I forget my whole self. Then all of a sudden, I look left and I look right, and reality kick in. Hello, I just start to back.
Yes.
You see, it happens. So we have to manage ourselves. The country not locking down, forget that. Everybody, most of the people you speak to who are sick, they're telling you it's their throat. They just feel very fluish. What is impacting us, though, Andre, is that it's impeding productivity.
Yeah.
So you're now finding that a lot of workplaces are having people off and it's a 10-day period still, that you stay away, and, once staff members know you have COVID, they don't want you around, yada, yada, yada. So productivity is being impacted more than, in a public health way.
But our numbers are lower than that of St. Lucia and St. Vincent. I'm wondering if they're reporting properly in those places, or it's only we alone that
with that. They're bothering with that. You see, we must test. We have to continue to test because remember, Andre, one of the things about viruses, and remember, let's just be real. Grenada's vaccination rate is poor.
Yeah.
And what can happen based on the madness Grenada in itself could produce a whole lot of strain in it.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because
it's possible, yeah.
enough of us are not in this position to fight this thing. I hear people cussing and things. Since in primary school in health science, we learning about viruses, eh?
Yeah.
They behave the same. Actually, they've gotten more sophisticated as the world has evolved.
Yeah.
So has viruses, right? So we need to be mindful, and people just need to take care of themselves. Forget all this cussing about, oh, keep Mitchell, this and that, why you do lock down the place. You lock your place. You lock up your mouth, put on your mask.
Put on your mask.
Put on your
sanitize.
Yeah.
Sanitize.
You don't have to
organize yourself.
You don't have to go to the 5 sets. You could go to 1, right?
And even if you go to the fets, then realize that you can go to a corner where you alone jumping, eh?
Like I realized after I was in front of the stage.
Okay, so I realize you're going to fets now and you ain't call me. You ain't call me, so don't worry.
I'd rather leave my house and walk into the fet alone and have a good time.
Anyway, they had take care of yourself and thanks for calling. You really and truly, you whenever you call, you set a different tone, you do different things, and this is what Real FM is all about, real talk.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for your indulgence. And thank you very much, both of you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Take care of the mothers in your lives.
Well,
and,
I'll try my best to.
Please do that.
Yeah.
And Mr. Keaton, take care of yourself, right?
Yeah.
All right.
All right then, Brent. Take care.
Bye,
all right,
bye.
thanks again. All right, great. It's Real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfmgrenada.com. What's up with you and that Cheshire Cat smile?
Well, I don't know why you want me to do. You want me to cry? Because anytime I come here and I'm in a pleasant mood, like you're just having a problem or issue with it.
A guy was calling me just now.
But that was a great discussion with Brenda, you know. But she made a salient point close to the end there with the numbers, and people doesn't recognize the based on the population as to the ratio of police officer. One police officer literally has to police more than 100 persons. When you look at it, and sometimes we don't understand and we still beat up on them. And
a guy was calling me. Should I call him back?
Yeah, call him.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't really want to call him now, but let me see if I could where is the thing? I wonder if he will answer. He probably will say, well, I was calling him and him did not answer. So okay, let me see. Oh, he answered. Hold on. Mr. McQueen?
I'm not like that. Me and his buddy.
Well, we were having a conversation with the lady, so we.
Yeah, I was calling you to tell the lady good morning, tell my wife good morning for me.
Well, she's listening, so tell her.
Brenda Fluff is here, your husband is second. He's here, baby. Hey,
Yeah.
Andre.
Yes, man.
Don't you know that Brenda married me?
No, I didn't know that, but congratulations.
She's the one who makes sure that everything was all right with me the whole night.
Oh, okay, so would you come and make sure that everything is all right with me and Brenda?
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there, Andre.
Like you're jealous, sir. You're jealous,
Hey, you're going to Pano.
all right. I hear you.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Are you in the city or are you in St. Andrew?
I'm in St. George's, up to the bus terminal.
No. All right. So that's you still. Since you came down today, you still down there?
Yeah, going up just now. I the next bus to go on the standard.
Okay.
I doesn't run the road like them guys, like them busy guys and them. I just take my time and walk.
So how much money you making going up now?
About usually the full trip is about 108 if I get a 2 parcel.
180?
$5. It might be 118. Maybe if I get a 2 shot job, it might come up to about 130.
And is that good?
Yeah, that's a one trip. That's only a half trip. That's only for up.
Don't you make down this money?
And if I get the same thing, well, every morning I come in on full, so that's the same thing. So for the morning already, I'll make about $120.
And then you make another 120 go.
When I go up now, I might make another 120.
How much for diesel today?
How much I want today?
How much for diesel today?
Well, I might make $2.5 and I might put about $80 this.
So you're going on with that $300 today, way?
Don't, Andre, I get tired with you counting my money. That is the problem I have with you for all the years. You could get my money at any time because me and his body.
But don't count
If you
it.
ask me to do something, you do it. If you ask for money, you're getting it. But I don't like you counting my money. look at the up in the meeting in Sutters up there. And I came up there and I make sure you're okay. I give you a bottle of wine to relax yourself.
When?
It's my body.
When was that?
That was the last meeting in NMPR there. I buy the wine from Abby and I bring it for you.
Whoa. Fluff?
That was the last meeting you had in the bus terminal there.
Fluff, you mustn't do that, man. That don't nice. People.
I go by Abby.
People listening.
I buy chicken.
Fluffy,
After
people
Abby, I say,
listening.
Abby, give me the most expensive bottle of wine on the shelf because I know you're not a cheap man.
Fluffy, people listening.
And I bring it for you.
The only reason why you're escaping is because people love Manda. If people don't love Manda, you're dead, you know.
So wait, no, it's a Manda thing, huh?
Yeah, it's a Manda thing.
It's not a Fluffy thing?
Nope. You thought it was Fluff.
Yeah, you bust me bubbles, boy.
Anyway, my brother, take care of yourself. Safe drive up, yeah?
Take care, buddy. Man.
All right, one love.
And tell Brenda say morning for me again.
Yeah, she's listening, so she heard you.
All
right,
and
good.
Shoma, you know me and Shoma is family, eh?
Yeah, I know.
Between the wells.
Yeah, I know that. You told me that before.
Yeah, but she fled country, or she run away from country and stay in town. Don't worry with that.
You will fix that?
Take it easy.
All right, great.
We will fix that.
Yes, good.
You had a nice program last night. I listened to it.
You listened to it? All right. Seems like everybody's congratulating her on the program. All right. Good. Later.
Take care.
All right.
God send Alba.
But God send food.
Thank you, brother.
All right. 3,334 cases active in where? Barbados.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just saying to people, 600 and whatever among the cases in Grenada, 620 cases. That's based on information that I'm seeing here. And I'm saying, go on, say it.
Persons need to be careful for themselves. It's not everything that the government, just like how the government cannot legislate every problem, your personal health has a lot to do with you.
Yeah, you have to do
You cannot get sick and blame it and say the government should have locked down the place.
Locked down for what?
Because when the government locked down the place, you unlocking it, you having job must play and all kind of thing. So you have to take personal responsibility for your health.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Andy.
Hey, Big.
May I bring the wine for you now? How you say what?
You are bringing the wine from who, Fluffy?
Fluffy asked me why you drinking and I tell him what to give.
So you had buy it?
I didn't buy it, Fluffy pay for it.
I hear you, Mr. Baker. How you doing?
Fluffy don't lie on you.
Man, so you can hush your mouth once, Baker? Once you can hush?
Fluffy's the bad now.
Okay, I heard that. I heard you loud and clear.
All right.
Take care of yourself, Bridget. Right, good.
All right.
Yeah. But we, as you said, and quite rightly so, Carl, we have a responsibility to us.
Mm-hmm.
And we're behaving like, well, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, numbers, let them go up. That's what it is. But as Brenda said, if we continue, and it's not if we continue, we're gone already. 1,500 will not be surprising by this time next week.
But you remember Tuesday morning, we spoke of same as relates to the events he had over the weekend. I remember one of the contributors asked, say you go take too much time to the...
Yeah.
So you rather put your life at risk.
Instead of taking a little time. And all it means, and this goes straight back to the feet of the promoters. Promoters, indicate times when your show starts. Because it's stupid about you saying show start 10 o'clock when is music and some people jumping up, but not even jumping up. You have a DJ going razzle dazzle on stage and your ball show start. Stop that.
When show start, show start.
When show start, show start. And if, as promoters, you say show starts 10 o'clock and you know your gates open at 7 or at 8, then people know, get in the line and get in the line early, have their hands sanitized, maybe even take their temperature. Maybe even take their temperature. Speak with the Ministry for Health. Promoters here, you need to engage the Ministry for Health and say, hey, what can we do here? How can we help? Instead of just doing so and just throw the party and everybody in your place not wearing masks. No, I don't expect anybody. Trust me. I would love to see it, but you're in a party and you're jumping and you're kicking up and you're having your fun. The mask ain't going to be in your face. We know that. We know that. And one of the things, promoters, you'll probably say, well, you're in to go make money. But if you, the promoter, had stood up earlier and say, people, take your vaccine. Now, promoters, you could be saying, hey, to come to my fete, you need to show me your vaccination
As one
card.
singer say, take the prick.
Take the prick. Yeah. Good morning. Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sandra, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing this morning, man?
I'm okay.
I just need a little 2 minutes with that.
Tito,
Yeah, what?
what happened in the soldier?
I hear we. I did kind of crushing something. I ain't the home. I required monkey.
I ain't even bothering you, Tito.
No,
I ain't even listening to them.
I finished in that 2 days, so I will be home from this week from here because I have a jeep home to start from.
So what you doing in Mount Carmel?
Well, that old time worker of mine, you know, he like, he can't really kind of, I'm not a boasting guy, but he just like can't really do without me as God. Because I do all feline work for him. I don't really paint and things by him, but we're straightening and feline concern, that is what I do for him. I've been like
I do some take my time and come and look for you.
No, boy, didn't tell me when because
I don't tell you.
Listen me, Andre, Rolling Stone got no master.
Well, okay, I'll fine. Well, I roll in too. All of us rolling.
But Andrew, I'll call the program for this morning. I just want to make people know because I know people in my community do listen to you because there are some kind of, not some kind of, lots of more, it was some good program. This program with Brenda and the police, trust me, that was like thumbs up. And if you could like get them kind of program like every morning, that would be very successful. Alright, I'm going on my minister behalf now, which is me like a pumpkin, me like a vibrant minister. But Sunday coming go be like Mother's Day, which everybody know that, the big, the young, the old, and the cripple, whosoever know that in Grenada. Carry go pitching map in the whole world. So we just but we say like, you know, Sunday, well, like people like you, Andre, and your next workers and them who are the wife and the people, I don't have nobody. I just like a torture. Understand? So but my mom, I'll be trying my best to stay home to cook something for my mom Sunday. But I know Andre go to organize for your girlfriend, for your wife and who and what's okay. So Sunday, we tell ourselves Sunday will be a kind of busy day, you know, which we go want everybody to like spend the time with the loved one and the whosoever home. So today, which is Friday, we come up with a plan that we want to have something. We having something on the Green, which is that place really, really. I don't know, Andre, if you ever dined down there again, if you ever passed down there, which is extra down on the going to Simon. Down on the Greens, you have a very nice bar close to the sea. A very, very nice bar. So we asking each and every, like, you know, mothers and the surrounding areas who could make it like for 6 o'clock this evening until mothers say, well, they find they have enough. Well, the breeze, you got a real breeze because it's close to the sea and they don't pay for breeze, they don't pay for nothing. Everything is like free. And we have a nice outing place down the way Miss Kit Louis, workers and them which you walking and you permanent like people as well. I go call the name because I get probably like Rabi, you know, Pato, you know, which is one they call Bino, Lean from Baghdad, this is the set of people that must be keeping that community real clean. And they come together some time ago and they make them the real nice, Andrew. Place you could go and, sit down with nice bamboo, they make kitchen, they make living like dining place. You could go and, have fun. So we asking everybody like today to come out because the guys will be serving the ladies today, those mothers. So we're trying to do our best to have that done and the greens in Simone. When Miss Kate Lewis called me and she told me to share the message and invite each and everyone. So all mothers so they could come out from 6 o'clock this evening until they say when, not we. But we the guys, we the men will be serving those ladies with whatsoever necessary they need for a little. Thank you very much, Andrew.
You paying for that? Who paying for that?
Who paying for that?
Yeah.
Well, I guess as much you could sponsor something.
No. So every time I have to sponsor, so one time you can pay?
that everything is sponsored by the minister. Because she want to make sure that all mothers, come out and have a kind of, success.
No, I don't. Somebody had to pay.
Pay for what?
So all that information you just give out there?
Alright, well, we'll just take out $100. Well, I will pay for it. We'll just take out $100 on the job too.
No. Don't mix in nothing. Don't mix in nothing. No, we don't mix in nothing.
Well, we'll just deduct $100. You understand?
No.
So that will be paid by. But I thought that session, I tell myself that, well, I didn't get no information from none of my members, but I tell myself that we ran that station or that station was we.
No. This belongs to the people of St. Patrick, first and foremost. They share it with everybody else. Right? You agree?
Mr. Andre, you want to get for me too much for I hear you tell them, you try to carry something Sunday and all, but I don't tell I like you too much and I just laughing out. I like the way how it does. And you, well, I don't know if you don't just try to be straight up on the media, so I don't know behind closed door if it's straight up like that.
You'll find out.
You're a real straight up man, trust me. I don't know behind closed door, but like KB was like Messi sick, so he can't come today, and you was like, I say, what you make me laugh Sunday. You real, you too real. They should have called you Mr. Real instead of too.
By the way, when you come back home,
when I come back home,
well, you're in
Mount Carmel.
In Mount Carmel. When you come back home?
I come back home this evening.
Okay.
I will be back home this evening.
When are you finishing the job in Mount Carmel?
But I'm finishing that today. Today will be my last day because I only tell him that I give him 3 days, but then he come and he begging like fast. So I just sprung up that today.
All right then. Well, all the best. When you back, link me.
Take me calls them and anyhow, thanks and
take care.
We're just asking everybody as the minister say, we just come out and we have a good time later. Tito will be there. Anything you all want, Tito will be there to solve.
All right. One love, brother.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Take care.
God bless you. Bless the station.
All right. Thanks. Clever Deputy says, a few times when you ride the bus these days with the mask on, people asking, what do we? Oh boy. Anyway, good morning. Hello? Now maybe him still that's caught up there in the link or in the loop. Call somebody trying here, boy. Who it is? Okay, hold on, caller. We coming to you. Hold on, don't get it twisted right there. Stay right there, caller. Stay right there. Yeah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, I know why you sung so much in a distance, you know. It has nothing to do with my volume. It has everything to do with your phone.
Yeah, my phone is a good phone. I couldn't cut in, so you know.
Go ahead and talk to me.
What's up with you guys now?
Nothing much.
All right. Morning, Mr. Carl.
How you doing?
Yeah. So let me tell you all now. I've been privy to a certain amount of utterances this weekend.
Utterances?
One from Mr. Deacon Mitchell.
Mm.
And I've been privy to listen to that program yesterday with certain guys from Carriacou and a certain lady. Gentlemen, there's a certain level of misinformation being broadcast on social media and on radio. And I purposely sit down and listen to all these misinformation. And apparently they listen to your program, Andrew.
Oh yeah? How do you know that?
Because they mention your program on their program.
Oh yeah? Oh please.
Yeah.
You mean the guys?
So let me tell you something.
The guys in Carriacou?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh please.
The Ashida and the Milton Corey and the Kim Mills, I could call them, you can't free them.
Okay.
Right? Let me tell you something. And the Tevin Andrews, they make an issue about this. They say there are certain people coming from Union Island and St. Vincent coming and register in Carriacou, and they have proof and they have pictures and all kind of thing like that. My God, if you have all that proof, present it now.
I don't know why you just do something
If you know,
to bring it forward now, man.
And no. I pay it for because they continue doing this nonsense and making it a puppy show. And again, fed up of it because I bring it to my representative in the Northeast. I make sure I tell them listen to this nonsense because these people, libel is when you write something, right? Slander is when you say something. And these people in Carriacou need to get a lawyer again, to stop their jackassness. I'm fed by it. Especially Tevin Andrews. If you have evidence of these things happening, bring it forward. Don't go on radio and go on social media and say, well, you know this thing and you know that happening and you know this thing happening. And these people making joke and calling Kid Mitchell okay and him on a radio program. I mean, come on, man. Come on. What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with them? Let me hear.
Me, you asking? You're supposed to know better than that. I don't give these people and them the light of day, brethren. How about these people?
No, but you see, what is happening? When these things go out to the social media and the world, it is spread wide and far, and it is believable in certain fields. It is believable because certain people believe these things happening in Grenada. Like Grenada is the worst place in the world at a certain time, and Grenada is the best place in the world at a certain time.
Anthony,
so anyway, you guys have a good day. I've been listening to you all and...
Hold on, Carl Kitten speaking.
Antonito.
Hey.
How long these people are saying, like for example, this allegation with Tevin, how long Tevin been saying that?
Well, since
how long they been saying about shrimp farm and oil and so on?
Yeah, you know,
but the general population does show a different view whenever election time come.
And that's my point. That is exactly the point. So everybody that vote for NMP or NEC is stupid because my thing is, if a party continue winning and coming back in government, they say it's because of my practices in the electorate. But this is not America. America do have our electoral system. We do others.
What is instructive here to note? The reputation of a man precedes him. The reputation of the leader of the National Democratic Congress precedes him, and his reputation is fighting against workers. That is the crux of the matter, and that's the electorate will handle. What they have to concern themselves with Joseph Andal on GBNC, this is not the same NDC because you don't have no persons who serve in the cabinet of Tillman Thomas, and that speaks volume. That shows their inadequate not prepared and not ready for governance. And that is the crux of the issues we as NNP have to speak of. We don't have to follow them and try to debunk what's wrong, because everybody know what they're saying is nonsense. Everybody know they jackassing the thing. But what proceeds this thing is, and if you listen to May Day rally, when the senator spoke of the particular corporate lawyer who is using loopholes within the laws to fight against workers, that is what we have to let people know. We don't have to go and battle them and slander and make all kind of thing. I asked Andre Donald all this morning, if you listen, or the first question I asked Andre Donald, when last he passed in Granny Town, and if he see any little dog up there who look lost, we don't have to follow this little dog and them and go and look lost. We have to bring the issue to the population. And the issue is the leader of the National Democratic Congress claimed to fame. His reputation is fighting against the Grenadian workers. Facts. According to Andre Lewis, Google it if they don't believe Carl Keaton.
Yeah.
So when they say they love workers and they go pay pension in 3 months and utter nonsense, Google it and see what is the reputation. And it's nothing about the man personally. Like I say every time on that program here, your character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide. So when you hear Joseph Andal on GBN still talking about shrimp farm and utter nonsense, you know these guys cannot serious about Grenada. And that is the thing we have to talk about. So don't let them, what they're doing with this thing and them they're doing on this radio station and them is to get us off message. But we would not allow them to get us off message. You understand what I'm saying? What they had to talk about, he had a little incident in Guave recently with the blocking the road and the person representing them in St. John's was there with the camera woman causing problem and not showing leadership. So we cannot put these people in governance, and that is the crux of the issue. Until the police had to speak to her sternly, she camera woman, then they deceased in aiding and abetting in breaking the law. That is the issue we have to talk about. That those are the issues which the Grenadian public ought to know. So we can follow them to let them lead us down this path of not dealing with the issues. We here at Real FM, we deal with the issues. We don't go and follow this red herring. They don't baiting us. Hold on, listen to me, Antonito. They don't clickbaiting us into nonsense. We're here to simplify and bring information to the citizenry. So the Calabash issue where workers have been marginalized and fight against by the corporate lawyer who is now the leader of the Congress, that is the issue we have to let the people know so they understand when they're making a decision. They know these people are not ready to fight for them. So we ought not to worry with names. They've been calling the Prime Minister all these names long time ago. They're working out to nothing. They don't get in traction. They've been saying all kind of nonsense. They're frustrated this week. They cursing their own self, saying they don't take no part and promote them. Next week they're fighting to promote them. Let them fight. Let them have a fight. We don't get into that fight on them. What we're doing here is to let the general public know the character of the people. Let them know that they touting they want change, but they're not ready yet. And at this particular time, the present administration, ably led by Dr. Keith Mitchell and the team of the New National Parties, prepare, capable and able of managing the affairs of this country with distinction, stability in the country. Because you see, every time, and look at the character, you know, and that's what I want us to talk to and bring to the Grenadian people. Every time you have an upheaval in Grenada, they say don't play jab. The ex-prime minister, they paying jab and say they're protesting. So they like instability. Hold on, man. Let me speak. The stupidness what happening in Guave, on the Black Road, you see them up and down in it, and they like that. Just the other day in Guave, they like that. They go up in the gardens the other day, you see they like that. So only stupidness and instability they like. So how you could give the country to these people and them who glorify law breaking? That is the issue we have to consider ourselves, Anthony, to. And this red herring, utter nonsense, they peddling on this radio station, and we ought not to follow that. They're trying to get us off message. But here we go stick to message. So when we say they support instability because they support jab, they do placards and everything for jab, and that is a fact. When they say we support it, the thing in Guav, they have firearm brandishing in the waist and making a set of nonsense, and that is facts. When the thing in the other one in Guav recently, and the person who is the candidate for them in St. John's was there taking pity and have it on live and making a joke and not trying to bring leadership to the situation. And that is a fact. When they go up in the gardens recently, Andy Williams, them have it on live and commenting on it and encouraging this nonsense, and that is facts. And these are the same people what come in and say we need change. Change for chaos, stupidity, no picnic can flourish in a war zone. So these are the facts we have to bring to the Grenadian people and not try to contradict what the stupidness they're saying. We have no time to contradict this jackassness they're saying. But what we have to do is to bring relevant facts to the Grenadian people as to how they do. So stability, they don't like it. Because every instability or every unstable thing that happens in the country, they up and forward in it. They're looking for it for forward. And that is the character. And the reputation precedes them. They want anarchy and chaos, hoping to blame. They refer the RGPF is a creature of statute, but they refer to the RGPF as NNP police. So these are the issues we have to bring to light. We don't have to listen to who could talk and who talking thing, because they don't make anything. And the allegation about people from St. Vincent coming down, you know the law make provision to deal with those issues. How to get redress. So seek redress. Though they're on TV and beating up and saying how to stone people when they come by you. That's what they're saying.
There you go.
Because they say they're on the platform saying stone people in this modern day and age. And calling people names. So we don't have to fight up with that, Anthony, too. What we have to see, the leader of the Congress track record is fighting against workers. Facts. The leader of the Congress and others support instability. Every time something comes in Grenada, front and center, they turn best camera people, best live. But Mayday, when the senator say what happened with the Calabash situation, you don't hear any talking about that. And that is what we have to tell the Grenadian people. So, Anthony, don't get sidetracked with this whole thing on them. They just want to bring us down that road. Hope that will distract us, to take us out from the issues. But we'll deal with the issues. You see, Real FM, we real. And every time we come here, we deal with the issue. And every time we give information that they cannot debunk or rebut, they might not like it. They go refer to the station in their program, but they cannot say anything we say on the station what is not facts. Challenge them anytime, any Saturday. They could meet me and Andre Donald in front of Real FM and we could deal with the issues. Tell them any Saturday they're ready. Come in front of Real FM and let me get them to brass tacks and the issues. And that's what we hear about, to give the Grenadian public issues relevant to this country. Because we believe in country first. We believe in country first and we put country first at all time. And we recognize at this particular time the new National Party, Grenada will be in safer hands. The greater good for the greater number, positively impacting lives and livelihood. And that's what we hear about. So we don't have to come here about to contradict what they say and debunk them. We just have to come here and give facts. What the NNP has done for the people of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So they could go and say what they want. They could dress how they want and look for forward how they want. We don't give them no forward. If it's forward they're looking for, Anthony, to tell them they would not get it here. What we go tell the people of Grenada is economic growth under the new National Party. What we go tell them, unemployment has been reduced. What we go tell them, we getting financial support because of the prudent management of the country. We getting support from the IMF, the World Bank, the EU, and the Caribbean Development Bank. What we go tell them, the homegrown program is bearing fruits now. So public workers could get pay on time every time and increases, and pension will be addressed, fair and sustainable. What we could tell them, the deficit was lower so government could live it in, so we don't have to sell assets every time to pay people. What we could tell them, the NNP reduce unpaid claims in the treasury and put money back into the hands of local businesses and the people of Grenada. What we could tell them, there was increase in capital expenditure, so we see more roads, nice roads. We see nice schools, the hospital improvement, medical centers, and project creating jobs and bringing money into the hands of people, disposable income, so we could eat. What we here to tell people, you have investor confidence in Grenada at an all-time high. That's why we've seen those mega projects and yes again jobs and the building of the economy. What we could tell them is public workers receive increases back pay, and those who have retired are receiving pension presently. So the pension issue, I have no doubt, not even a modicum of doubt. Let me tell you, I don't doubt that the NNP going to treat with. No person in the public service lost their job or retrench. That is what the message here is. Hope has been restored. Opportunity for all young people in terms of training the e-money. And yes, they say how they can go to banks and financial places. You have GDB, have a facility for them. That's what the NNP is about. A hard-working organization, a united bunch of people putting people first. And that is the crux of the matter, Anthony, too. Not this kind of red herring of the mill thing. What the Congress and Tevin and others have to reconcile with. When the Congress was in power, the economy crashed, it failed. That is what they have to reconcile with. Years of negative growth. That is what they have to deal with. The unemployment situation like Monga suffer high. Under them thing. They have to borrow to pay people. They had a record high deficit, unpaid claims in the treasury, low capital expenditure, roads and school and things wasn't attended to. Small business and other businesses closing down because the financial institution didn't have no confidence in the government, so they didn't lend in people money. Investor confidence was at all-time low. That is the antecedent at the Congress. So tell Tevin and others that they have to reconcile. They couldn't pay salaries on time. People in show they getting paid. They make all the e-money go home and they say they have some youth enterprise program. But I'll make a lot stay home. So don't go and think Joseph Andal, don't go on GBN and say, you're just changing them. I didn't change them, I make the people go. All you had infighting every week, I am making somebody go. I had all in sassing rally, expelling people. That's what I am good for. All your own people bring vote of no confidence against you. All you shut down parliament, so tell Tevin and others for me. Die the matters they have to reconcile with. And stop with this utter nonsense or calling the Prime Minister and talking about stream farm and oil and thing. That is that. They have to come to the Grenadian people and address this issue. And if they have to cry and beg for forgiveness, that they have to do first. Sanitize themselves. Instead of they coming and with this utter nonsense. So, Anthony, too, I wouldn't go down the road and even try to answer these people. They have no merit.
Right, so let me tell you.
You know when you're playing cricket and a bowler coming and the bowler nothing, ball of no merit, you're just having a net session. I don't even want to have a net session with them because they go make me lose my form.
1 minute you have, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was saying, Mr. Carl give me a whole lesson here, I understand.
A tad give you listen, but he doesn't hear?
Yeah, no. But Andrew, what Carl said is actually relevant to what I was trying to say. They have a very effective way of communicating through social media. You don't listen, I do.
Well, yeah, they exactly. And that is what it is. You are listening, and you are communicating their message. That's what you're doing. If you do not listen, let us put it this way. If we have 40,000 voters in this country, and NNP has 25,000 out of the 40,000, and that 25,000 do not listen to the garbage, lash a cutlass in water. And
Anthony, before you go, let me tell you something. We had a serious discussion this morning on the RGPF. And the RGPF had to understand what's going on. Because if the president construct of the Congress, Claudette and them don't like police. Because by their action, they don't like the warden. By the actions where the police should take heed. Because they know branding the RGPF, NNP police. Don't take that serious. Don't take that lightly. Them and the surrogates are branding the RGPF a creature of statute. NNP police. Yes. So you see where they go with this thing already? Then again, let me give you a practical example what I want Tevin and them to reconcile with. Seeing that they like to talk. I have a friend who was a businessman in the construction industry. The man come in 2008 to 2013. He nearly lose all he place because the bank and thing and business. And he come back right now, he try to open new business, he expanding. So when you go to a man like that, who would he support? So that is the cracks of the issue they have to deal with. Because they're so bright as they call themselves, because we NNP, they just call us dons. So they're bright, I don't. But the message here is, NNP has a message of hope in safer hands. The greater good for the greater number. What is the track record? It's talking about institution and respect ruling of the court. They closed down parliament one of the bastions of a democracy. The own people bring vote of no confidence again, and they come in now and trying to call Dr. Kit Mitchell names. And every time you hear you talk to them, one thing they saying, our shrimp farm. Like they have an affinity for shrimps.
Have a nice day, mister.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew. You guys have a nice weekend. We're going to see.
All right, great. Take care.
Yeah.
19 minutes moving after the 11 o'clock hour.
Yes, Andrew.
Rhonda McQueen George says, stop jackassing anything.
Sorry for going off, Andrew, but I just was sick
That's your hobby?
Of this utter nonsense spewed by these people. And you have to put things in perspective. So I tell them any Saturday, come down says Real FM. Yeah, and we go have a discussion. Any Saturday.
Any Saturday you want.
Bring anybody I want. And come down on Saturday. And call our audience because I like to go live.
Yeah.
I like social media. So come with all your camera people. And then we have a debate downstairs Real FM.
But you could come on air. If you want it on air, we could do it on air for you too. If you want
I don't need to stop that and prove to the Grenadian people that I what I assault. Instead of everything I want to oppose and go derogatory. And yes, my mantra is like follow like Obama's wife. When all you go low or go high. But there are sometimes I have to come down there and let I know what time it is.
I thought Andrew just tell me, Andrew to go down.
No, yeah, you have to come down there and let I know what time is it, man.
Yep.
Before I give all you anything, I have to let all you know. I'm standing up for Grenada. I want you to stand up for it too. So don't continue jackassing anything and going all about and speaking thing. And everything you do is reactionary and knee-jerk. You go pay pension. Everybody say, oh, you go pay it now. You say in 3 months, you go pay it. You go pay pension in 3 months, you couldn't pay salary. But how are you making the money in 3 months' time? And you do, and you're still coming across and you believe pension is a one-off. Pension is not no one-off, son. Pension is a continuum. Talking about you go pay pension in 3 months is not an answer to pension resolution. You give a one-off in 3 months and don't have again. So prove to the Grenadian people that you what you solve and you understand instead of you have your people talking like kind of stupidness and making people don't want to hear what I was saying because every time I talk to you, I'm calling somebody some kind of name. All doing like if it's us and them, we's one family. We might differ politically, but at the end of the day, the country is ours. So politics, yes, I agree when time comes for campaigning, you do your best to campaign to win.
Yes.
But after you lose, as you're accustomed losing, well, join and build the nation and show people, yeah, by that man serious. So next time maybe I could give him a try. No. You just go in, as Brenda said, on code red. Beating up everybody. Look, the poor little RGPF, you call them people. The poor RGPF. And listen, you have about 700 to 900 police, the city population 100,000.
Then 900 families.
Then you have what you call, you have some in immigration, you have some in fire, you have some in Coast Guard. So you diminishing even the people. You have to have your intelligence, arm and others. So when you come into brass tacks, it's about 400 police. You have to police 100,000 people. Yeah. But yet still you're beating up them. You know, trying to help them. Every time the police has some news thing, but you don't see, and these people is one set of people every time, you know. I just watch these people and them walk around this country and play holier than now. I want you to watch what they write in the utterances. And these people, how you could love country and trying to burn down the very organization of bastion that keep us safe. That's why you don't like stability. You don't like the police. You like anarchy. You like stupidness. So anytime somebody going to match some of you, you're quick to go on live. You don't trying to have conflict resolution and go, and you being one who aspire for office, go and find out what's going on here. Let me see how I could be the mediator of fix. You're talking about, and they're so bold-faced, Andrew Donald. You're talking about, oh, we got to respect the ruling of the court. But the Labour Commission and others give ruling on matters of dispute with the employee, but you don't want that. You go and seek the court to block the thing. Just like how they go in the court to block when they try to regulate some issues with Grenville for people to pay less. The same corporate law. Every time something for the people of Grenada, you is the liar at blocking it. And then, like, so you're walking down the road now and a light shining in your eye. You're walking down to Damascus and a light shining, and then all of a sudden you like people. And you go do well for the workers. When your whole life is fighting against workers. How are you starting to help workers when all you know is fighting against workers? And that is the issue the Grenadian public ought to know. I don't care about what you is or how you come or how old or how young you is. That's my thing. My thing is your reputation precedes you. And your reputation is one of fighting against workers. And that is what I warn the Grenadian public about. I don't care about what you have. If you're rich, you put out my thing. Because we are one here. But I could say, this is not a road to go down. And without having innuendos and calling you any derogatory names, I need not to call you derogatory names. But I need to see what your character is. What is your claim to fame? What is your reputation? Who you have represented, who you have affinity to represent. And I always tell my good friend Andrew Donald, follow the money. Once you follow the money, everything clear. Everything clear.
Virgin, follow the clock. Once you follow the clock, you can realize it's time for us to wrap up.
Well, I'll give you it to wrap up. I had
No,
you wrapping up today.
No, listen. You are a co-host. I am the host. And the host decides what happens, not the co-host.
Let me put in, just so you see, I put it in perspective for Tevin and them.
Hold on. I was speaking. I give you the opportunity to speak, and I do not interrupt you.
Andre Donald.
I do not
let me speak. Well, if you give me the opportunity, let me speak.
No. Let me finish. Are you willing to let me finish?
Yes.
So I finish. Hello?
Yes.
I said I'm finished.
Oh,
what?
Remember some years ago, Justice Monica Joseph spoke about that same corporate lawyer, and she warned the people then. He didn't even come here yet, you know. What he did to her, this guy.
The ruling there was something in relation to the chambers of Sokabuka.
Yes.
There's something to do with that. We must investigate that.
Yes.
We must investigate and find out what was the issue there.
Yes, because we mantra to bring information to the population.
To the population.
Andre, let me put it into perspective. You own the radio station. It's yours.
No.
The Xtension is a program. Carl Ansel Keaton and Andre Donald are the co-host. Mutatus mutandis, one of the same thing. No. You don't come in and pull no ranks. You
get away.
You could pull ranks on Wednesday, political Wednesday. You could pull rank on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But you see on the Xtension, you're not pulling no rank.
I'm not pulling any ranks. I'm saying to you let me finish. You did not let me finish.
So the
And then when
animal
you-
family
No,
thing.
when you let me finish, I said to you, I wrap up. I done. You.
So Andre Donald, was nice being here with you on the program today.
Mhm.
As usual, the program is a blast. And based on the interaction and based on messages from persons who are listening, that means we go in a good way. Antonito, I need to address you shortly. Don't be swayed. Don't give these people the light of day and don't give them no forward. Have the information, take notes, because there are the time will come when we have to deal with them. The time will reach it. Take notes. Build the arsenal, build the archive. Because we have to defend our party, defend Grenada with whatsoever means is available to us. So hold it in escrow. When we want it, we will call for it. When we're ready to bring it out, we will bring it out. So listeners of Real FM 91.9 and 91.5 and listeners on the Real FM social media platform, thanks for accompanying us today. Thanks for listening and thanks for the interaction and the comments. We always like when you be interactive with us. And feel free whenever the extension comes around again to call and give us your 2 pence. So bless. And before I go, I want to the mothers, Andre. Mothers have a blessed Mother's Day. Use it to reflect. We thank you for all you've done to us, all you've done for us, and all you keep doing by us. So be blessed, be safe. And don't forget the numbers are rising and your personal health and safety is a matter entirely for you. Thank you, folks. Have a blessed day and a blessed weekend.
I was about to say the same thing that you say.
Wow.
You like that one?
Yes.
You like that one, right? So I don't need to say anything more. Hey, friends. Fly like angels, man. Love you. Take care of yourself and God bless. I'm out of here.
The Ministry of Agriculture wishes to inform the public that the following fertilizers from the Kingdom of Morocco are available for purchase